Okay, good. Oh, back me out. Nope, I don't want to play the intro again. Yes, we are 54 hours into the game. We are level 52. It is the 30th of August. And I want everyone to be level 50. And for the people who were in the stream right at the end, I did rewatch that highlight. For such a hype moment, I sound so dead. I'm so tired in that. You can tell. I'm speaking very lowly, very infrequently, whispering. And so many people were like, coming into the chat like, oh my god, you're still streaming? And I was like, yeah, it's sunrise. Like, what if... For such a hype moment, that is, I am at my lowest of the lows in terms of energy. It makes it more iconic in its own way, but man.
There are 3 enemies.
Oh yeah, I just healed.
You did it, Koromaru! Here's our chance! Let's do it! Understood.
Volume of the game feels a little loud. But yeah, that was the first thing I did when stream ended last night. Was watch that, because I was like, I need to remember what happened. Because they're so just unaware of anything around me. So what happened? I was like, people do 24-hour streams, but I don't want this to be a 24-hour stream. And some of the discussion in the middle of the fight was like, it can't be a 24-hour stream. Because I'd have to take somebody somewhere. Somebody asked if I had eaten, and I only responded with I had an energy bar. I should have counted how many turns it took, because that would have been the time to do it. What did you say? You said a few things. You were like, you should highlight the whole thing, which is, well, what was the motivation to highlight it? That's why the highlight was made. Like, right at the end, I was like, oh, I hope somebody clipped that. Enemies. And then you were like, I think you should highlight the whole thing. And I was like, you're right.
One more to go.
You had suggested that if it did end up being a 24-hour stream, that it would just be like, there'd be a break in the middle. It'd be a really long break. Where it's like, yeah, unless you do like a BRB screen until you get back. And I was like, yeah, I hope it doesn't come to that though. People who had gone to bed were waking up and were like, oh hi, you're still live. You were insightful for being tired, yes. I think everyone except for the people who had gone to bed and woke up in the morning were tired. Yeah, I didn't have, fucking witching hours of, sleep schedule. Then. We have a clear view of this entire floor. Well, since we know where the treasure is... This woman is still going. I I was in fact still alive. There were a number of people, I do know that. A lot of it was like, still going, or oh, I just woke up. Somebody asked how many attempts did I miss? And I was like, too many. That's the only thing I could say. Because I wasn't keeping count. Another homunculus. Yes, she has been for a while. My activity feed is a white screen, and I don't know how to fix it. I have changed which browser is my primary browser multiple times, which requires me to restart my computer for OBS to recognize that my head browser has changed, and it is still a white screen. So until that gets fixed, because that seems like a Stream Elements thing rather than a me thing, we're just gonna have to deal with Stream Elements running the commands instead of Kitty Beast. Which is unfortunate, but we will deal with it. She's taking a break. She's on vacation. That's what we'll say.
Two enemies left! That's the way!
And I also took, like, significantly less of the screen. Honestly, looking at it also made me realize just how blurry that game is. Because of the graphical limitations of it. Everything was very fuzzy, and it was weird to look at right after Portable. PC Portable, no less. No, not difficulty. Oh, more items. I will oh, that game. Oh my god, game. Please, no lag. Please, no lag. Game?
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
So yeah. It was one of the moments of all time. The only thing I could aspire to do better for Theo, other than being more prepared and being less RNG dependent than I was, what with my 2 or 3 homunculus that I owned for that fight, is not being so quite so dead on my feet. That if Theo proves to be just as tenacious as his sister,
efficiently executed.
that if another stream goes into the 15, maybe even 16 or further hour mark, that I'm not like so like dead to the world that I'm basically unresponsive except for direct questions.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. 1 more to go. That was easy.
Because it was a very cool moment. But damn.
3 dazed enemies. This is our chance. Do it again. Good luck, everyone.
If there was one thing I could change, it wouldn't be to be more prepared, it would be to, not be quite so tired by the end of it. I don't like that you're planning a 17-hour stream already. It sounds a little defeatist. I will definitely be more prepared. It's just, I have to also understand that if Elizabeth took me that long, and Theo is the same for the most part.
That was easy.
I also have to think about how I can't attack with a basic attack for chip damage if I don't know what to do. Like, I can guard, which means I'll take less damage on the first hit, just outright.
There are two
But
of
I
them.
still need
Attack.
Chiyu. It reminded me what I need. I still do need Chiyu, because Chiyu has an ability that makes me immune to all status ailments except for poison. And when Theo switches to Nebiros, he's going to do that. I obviously need Messiah, or at least something with salvation. In the event that I need to heal, and I need a lot of, like, SP and HP restoratives.
Down.
Like, a
summon
lot.
you.
I had 99 beads in that fight.
One enemy left. Let us commence with an all-out
And I think,
attack.
like,
Fatal
almost-
strike.
I didn't quite manage to catch because I would flip through the menu so quickly. But I think I had, like, 50 Soma. Just in case it lasted that long. So I was very prepared in the item department. And then at the final turn, I was like, I have to tank another hit. I have to see if she counters on turn 2 instead of being safer and taking and using
There are
salvation.
two enemies.
So I used a disc poison instead, but you get those so easily in the game. I don't think I bought
If you
any.
get into
I think I just
trouble,
had
run.
the whatever amount of disc poisons that I happen to have. But yeah, I can't use Chiyu's bow, so using a basic attack is really scary because if I miss, I can fall over. So that's going to be something that I'm probably not going to be able to do. Since I'm limited to the Naginata. Which makes me wonder, doing Elizabeth as the guy protagonist in Portable must be
Four
something.
dazed enemies.
Because Fez,
Do it again.
I can equip whatever
Two
weapon I want,
remaining.
so I had the bow. Which I then gave to
Last
Yukari,
one.
which was amazing.
Efficiently executed.
Screen record a moment when I go to items and pause it. Yeah. I can finally rid Quetzalcoatl of this useless growth 1. Get out of here. It doesn't stack. He gave me growth 2. Thank you. And now I can put that on something.
There are two of them. Attack. Wow. You're all so powerful. One more
Neko
to
Shogun.
go.
Neko Shogun. Neko Shogun very strong. Yeah, honestly, he's learning some pretty good stuff. He's fairly early game for Golden, I think. Ultimate weapon for Makoto. Neko Shogun. Oh, you want me to look at Neko Shogun? Well, here he is. Yes, he is level 39. But his level is misleading. As you can see. We are taking this Neko Shogun places that no Neko Shogun has ever gone before.
There are 3 enemies.
But I do
Be
want
careful.
Cool Breeze from Ose,
that
so
was
that's
amazing.
why I'm using him. Even though stuff goes faster with Neko Shogun for sure. Neko Shogun has growth 3. He doesn't need to participate in every fight. You're sure someone else has done it? Probably.
Three enemies. They all seem agitated. You did it, Cornwall.
You would have if you replayed it before I did. The Neko Shogun we want, not the Neko
There are
Shogun
3
we need.
enemies. Be careful.
Though he is the Neko Shogun we need, because I don't have a single persona with max luck like Neko Shogun does. And I did that intentionally, and then we found, and then the forbidden knowledge was acquired and that it was impacted by a persona's luck stat. Now Neko Shogun will never. He already was never gonna leave the party, but now there's a reason besides my own wants and desires. Manipulating the game to give me rare floors. And due to his resistances, I want to see if he can actually tank something from Theo. Why is Aigis in her sundress? Because I bought it, and it's the best armor she has.
There are two of them! Attack! I summon you! The enemy is down! Now's your chance!
How dare you?
Persona!
It looks like pajamas. It does. She certainly looks comfortable.
Understood.
It's called a sundress, but it really does look like... It does look like a... What's it called? A nightgown? It's probably quite comfy. No! How dare you! Be a rare facing me. Yes, Max Affinity Pixie is nuts. It's the same in Eternal Punishment. That was how I was able to manipulate the,
There are two of them, and they're shook up. Good luck, everyone!
the slot
Last
machine.
one.
I had to have Pixie. And I max ranked her by just using Dia on people repeatedly. Yeah, also she knows Megiddo. But I didn't max rank Pixie for Megiddo. I max ranked Pixie for the slot machine.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. Last one. Efficiently executed.
Yeah, I kind of fucked it up, and I made, like, the best rates for stuff for Blackjack. The Blackjack was, like, too complicated, I think.
Watch out.
I was
There
like,
are
I'll just
4
do the slot
enemies.
machines, even though the rates are easier in the other
Now,
game. I think the
do
slot
it
machine will just
now.
be easier. In the sense of it's way more hands-off.
Wow, you're all so powerful.
Figuring that shit out was weird, though. But then again, I'm from the same person who sat in the slot machine for many an hour in Tales of Symphonia just to get the rain costume. Probably. Was Bingo in the Eternal Punishment version? Because I want to say it wasn't, but I might just not have
There
been
are
looking
4
closer.
enemies. Attack.
No, it was for Rain. The casino costume was Rain's.
Last one.
It was also the one that bugged out
Good
whenever
luck,
she casted
everyone.
spells. Yeah. I had a feeling, because I would have done that if I saw it, I think. I know I did Blackjack once. And there was a third one, but it wasn't Bingo, it was another card game. It was like
There are 3 enemies. Be
the higher or
careful.
lower game, which is also Blackjack, but different.
One more to go. If you get into trouble, run.
Where they draw a card and you have to guess whether the next card drawn is higher or lower. And that's literally it. That's the entire game.
Three
Is it
enemies.
Slapjack?
They all seem
It's the one
agitated.
where... No, I think that's a similar but different
Everyone,
game.
Do it again.
I wasn't paying attention to that. I'll pay attention this time. Cool. Hello, Jeppo. Also, hello, Theta. Tales of the Abyss. I don't think... Wait. You're combining two words that I don't know if that is meant to be combined. Is there going to be a Tales of the Abyss
They all seem
alcohol?
agitated.
Or is there going to be a gacha of specific
One more to
Tales
go.
of the Abyss? Because I don't think alcohol gacha is... It's an alcohol gacha? Okay. I may have to look this up, because I still don't really know what the fuck that means. Oh my god, it really is. It's a sake gacha. Participants will pay a fee and be delivered a package of alcohol, but the exact types they will receive are random. It's exclusive to Japan. It's a mystery box. They're paying for an alcohol mystery box. Gacha makes me think a game, but it's just a Japan thing where you'll buy a mystery box. I kind of want to do one. Because they do exist. They're usually some for, like, snacks. Sometimes really expensive ones are, like, for figures and stuff, where you just spend $500 and you get, like, a box of 8 figures of varying prices. Sometimes they're worth more than what you paid for, and other times less, but ultimately the value is roughly $500. Poker? Poker might have been the game. I think poker was the game, Jumpy. But yeah, I mean, gacha is just the game version of it, but it's essentially just purchasing something that you don't know what it is until you actually receive it. And that's usually called a mystery box.
Enemies. They all seem agitated.
So it's an alcohol mystery
One more
box.
to go. Efficiently executed.
And I mean, I feel like the people who are participating in that probably don't care what they get because alcohol. I feel like it's collectors' things because if the bottles are special, they'll probably want them.
There are two
I don't know. I'd have to look into it more.
One more to go.
Why did they choose Abyss?
Let's do it. Understood.
I could possibly figure this out pretty easily. Get out of my way, ads. I want to read the article. There's not really anything in significance with the date. But just because they're doing something doesn't necessarily always mean that there's going to be any news surrounding that game. Unfortunately, Bamco has a very similar policy to their IPs as one would Konami, where they just randomly release merchandise because they know people will buy it. And it has nothing to do with hinting at anything. So... the announcement of the 6th Nendoroid did not imply that there was going to be a Little Nightmares 3. Stuff like that. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But if the but I just want to be like, that should never be the expectation.
There's one
when they do
enemy.
anything.
Attack. Let us commence
Because
with
not
an
everything they do
all-angle
is
strike.
with the intent of setting the stage for something to appear. Like, it's just, you know, I want to play Abyss too. Trust me, I do. A remaster would be very awesome. Or, yeah, no, just a re-release that's not on the PS2 being buggy as all hell, and the 3DS being, well, on the 3DS. It's just, maybe they will, maybe they won't.
Be careful.
The announcement of the... what are the next most popular tales? That's a thing, though. Those are the big three, and they did already do Vesperia, and they did Vesperia good. They... that don't have modern console versions. I guess, let's look up... Tales of Games ranked. The best tales in the series ranked. Arise is wrong. Vesperia is wrong. Symphonia makes sense. Berseria is wrong. Abyss is at least on there. Zillia, Graces. Destiny is 8. Sorry, I love Vesperia, but Vesperia is not better than Symphonia and the Abyss. It should not rank 2. It barely makes top 10. It's kind of a hot mess. They literally just put the one that was remastered first, and the newest one in the top 2 slots. Alright, let's look at this. It's a list of 19. I'm hitting the X button. I don't want to I fucking hate ads. Get off of my browser. Let's see. Reasons why Tales is better than Final Fantasy. Ooh, that's a controversial statement. Okay, they don't even have top 20. They have top 19. Tales of Link, which is a iOS game. Tales of Rays, which is an iOS game. Prestoria, which is an iOS game. Tales of the World, Radiant Mythology. Tales of Symphonia, Dawn of a New World is at 15. Tales of Hearts R is 14. According to this, Legendia is 13. Fantasia is 12. Eternia / Tales of Destiny 2 is 11. Now we're in the top 10. 10, Zillia 2. 9, Zestiria. Zillia 2 is better than Zestiria. Destiny. 7 is Graces. 6 is Zillia. 5 is Abyss. Which peak Tales of, how dare you put it on 5? How dare you put Berseria above Abyss? I'm just gonna say that. Half of Berseria's plot is apologizing for the fucking nonsense that Zestiria expects of you. Which is not a game. It's just an elaborate apology. Symphonia is 3, it should be higher. At least it should be higher than Vesperia. They randomly replaced a guy. I'm so glad you got to that part. Vesperia ranking 2 is very suspicious. Like, it's got a lovely cast, but the story is kind of... it's hard to follow, and that's not a good sign. And then Arise, which is just the newest game, and it's probably because of its graphics than anything else that could be considered actually, like,
One more to
storytelling, character development. Who knows? Could be wrong, but when you make the newest entry #1, that's suspicious. Because unless it's, like, hugely mold-breaking in terms of what it does, what it accomplishes, what it's written about, it's very suspicious to say Arise is the best in your ranking system, unless you are willing to give more than a paragraph and a half. That paragraph and a half being a basic summary of what they liked about it, and not going into much detail.
There are 2 of them. Attack!
But yeah,
One more to
19 on their list. The bottom 3, all iOS games, and Tales of Hearts is not on the list.
That was easy.
Maybe they weren't able to play them all. Who knows? At least they know that the iOS games are just cheap cash grabs and you shouldn't pay much attention to them. Why replace Wind Guy with another Wind Guy? Because they wanted to make you feel sad. He literally died for an emotional scene. It's the only time I cried in a game, and then I felt insulted for feeling bad for a character that existed to die. Like, there's this very emotional moment when Dazzle dies.
Go, go, Pokemon!
And then it literally doesn't, like, the resolution to that is we don't even get to... Yeah, rankings themselves are subjective for sure. That's why I'm like, that's a little suspicious. I feel like you aren't being 100% honest.
Be careful! I sense death!
Okay. Thank you for the warning, Fuka. And yeah, it's like
Watch
the
out.
rankings is
There
it's
are
person
4
to person.
enemies.
Still. Why are Zestiria and Berseria in the top 10? Yeah, liking Arise most is valid. I understand. I do understand that. It's just kind of like... When people make top 10 lists, especially when that list was made, which was made the year Arise came out, yeah, no, you gotta give it some time before you start saying things like that.
If you get into trouble, run! Go, go, Koromaru! One more to go.
And again, I do really like Vesperia, but Vesperia is not the second best game in the series. That is definitely a subjective thing, but I do know there are people who agree that Vesperia has some good characters and a story that's kinda messy. And compared to other Tales entries, where the story is a lot more easier to understand, I kinda forgot what was going on. Kinda forgot that the Reaper was here. That doesn't, like... I don't know. Symphonia being 3. Symphonia is a very good game. Most people, when they say Tales of, think Symphonia. If they know anything about anything about the game, they know Symphonia. Even if it was a game that was on the GameCube, they knew about Symphonia.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
And I think Abyss is just a really good game.
I'll be cheering you on from here.
Abyss not being top 10 to me is a little odd.
One more to go.
Personal opinions and all that. But yeah, no, saying, oh yeah, these are the definitive top 20, and then not even putting all the games in it when there aren't even that many to begin with is bizarre.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. Good luck, everyone. One more to go. That was easy.
When Saray is in, when you learn all the remaining backstory about the main villain, and Saray is like, oh, I'm gonna have to kill this guy.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up.
On it, okay, if you learn about, if you get to the part where you learn about Miklio's past, you're really getting close to the end game. Because there's a thing, there's a story thing about Miklio that will be in a cutscene that you'll miss. But essentially, it's basically when Saray gets it in his head that I do have to kill the guy. There's this big palace thing.
There are 3 enemies.
And they talk about reawakening Mount
If you get into
Tellus.
trouble, run. You did it, Koromaru.
How old is the series? Is Tales of Phantasia the first one? Yes, it is. 1995. Yeah. The series started in 1995. There are quite a few games on it. Yeah, it's a pretty long running series. And Bamco is, I don't know if Bamco's even, I don't know what they're trying to do. They want to keep it alive, but they keep changing things.
You're all so powerful.
I don't know.
Last one.
Again, still have to play Arise before I have an opinion on it. I just think, unless it's just something super amazing, when's the next Tales of game? It always in on Bamco. COVID is kind of part of the reason why Tales of Arise took so long, because they announced the game before 2020. I think it was like 2018, 2019.
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
That they first teased
If you get
anything
into
about
trouble,
that game.
run.
And then there was radio silence for a really long
Last
time.
one.
Which was understandable, because COVID. The only things we knew at the time was that of what the 2 main characters looked like. And that was when people were more critical of it too. We didn't know a lot, and yet people were very critical at the start, and that criticism sort of just went up and vanished. Because the first thing anyone had anything to say about it was that the story, according to its premise, was very
3
similar to
changed
other
enemies.
Tales of
This is
Entry's
our
plots. A lot of people were like, well, this just sounds like Tales of Symphonia.
Last one.
A race of people who are enslaved and a race of people who are high society. And your main character is one of those enslaved groups of people. And then the other comment was that because the head character designer was the same guy who did the God Eater games, that it kind of just looked like God Eater. And that was the only 2 conclusions we could
Be
draw.
careful.
Was that
Wow.
the concept is a little similar to something they've already done before, but hey, they could make it work, and this just looks like God Eater. And then once we actually got more information, they started, like, admitting some things. At least they were honest about them. They were like, no co-op. That got people mad. Skits are in 3D, which...
There are 2
understand the
enemies.
reasonings, doesn't mean that I like it. It's
2
cheaper to
enemies
do them in
left.
3D than it is to do them in 2D.
The enemy's off balance. Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
And then there was the concerns about it being an open world game. Because an open world JRPG those two words put together, side by side. I wouldn't call it Final Fantasy 15 syndrome, because Arise came out before that. Just open world and JRPG, you gotta be really careful if that's what you want, because they don't...
Four enemies.
Two words,
They
an
seem
abbreviation.
rattled.
Yes. Open world role-playing game.
I'll be cheering you on from here. Do it again.
There are ones that have come out that are very good. There are ones that have come out that are very not. And that was the risk they were taking. And by open world, we mean like open world. A lot of people like to throw around the term open world and the game in question not actually being open world. Because open world means that you can do anything in any order. And there isn't like a set stage for when something becomes available as opposed to something else. It's just, you are free, do whatever the fuck you want. There is a plot, but you don't have to always be doing the plot in order to have access to this side content. Like, that's something that Breath of the Wild did actually manage to do really well, where it was just like, you are off the Great Plateau. This is the tutorial. Go. If it requires you to do certain parts of the story before certain parts of the map become available, or things like that, then I wouldn't necessarily say that's an open world. Because open world implies
Everyone seems pretty exhausted.
the freedom to do whatever as soon as you are given the tools to do so. Whereas a JRPG especially is like, while you certainly have hub worlds and extra things that you can do as the story progresses, actually making progress and unlocking everything available to you is still tied to story development and plot. You're not just immediately able to do all of the things that you want to do. You can't just, like, ignore the story.
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance. I'll be cheering you on from here.
But a lot of people like to use the term open world to imply a very large map with much exploration.
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance. Wow! You're
And maybe
awesome.
that's what it means now,
One more to
but
go. That was easy.
I don't know. What was gonna? I don't know. I didn't read what it was, so I'm not gonna let you do that. But that's what we knew about Arise, and then Arise came out, and people seemed to like it, so... I'm not gonna dismiss it just because. I just think it's suspicious to say that it's the best.
There's one
Considering
enemy. Attack.
the library.
If you get into trouble,
Like, I don't
run.
think many people think Final Fantasy 15 is the best Final Fantasy. I think there are quite a few people who would say, I'm sorry, what? But who knows? Maybe it really is.
Three
Oh, 16,
enemies.
not
They
15.
all seem
Yes.
agitated.
There are lots of people who
I'll
think
be
16
cheering
is
you on
is
from
the best
here.
game. And it's like, what?
Now that's efficiently executed.
Yes, that's the comparison I was making. 16 is the news. I forgot that 16 was the thing. But there are also people who think Final Fantasy 15 was the best game to come out when Final Fantasy 15 came out.
Watch out! There are 4 enemies.
Yes, there are many.
You on from here.
There are too many to just simply say the newest one is the best and not expect a response.
Man's best friend
That's
is
essentially
speed.
what I'm getting at.
Efficiently
Meanwhile, for like
executed.
Persona, people saying Persona 5 is the best one, there are less games to go off of. I would personally still disagree with whoever makes a statement like that, but it makes more sense because there's less of a library to look at to definitively say which one is, like, good and which one is bad. There's also
There
a
are
lot of,
3 of them.
this
Strike
crazy little
first.
thing called accessibility issues, and when people say 5 is the best, they usually are thinking in comparison to 4 and 3 and nothing else.
I'll be cheering you on from here. Again!
They're still not... I still don't agree with them, but... It's just that thing of, like, there is a
3 of them.
bias.
Strike first. If you get into trouble, run.
There's always going to be,
Wet shot
regardless of how many
instinct.
games are in a series, but to simply say, oh, the newest one of this series is the best, and not elaborate? Like, you're gonna have to elaborate. But also, this is a game article type of website thing, so they're not there. It's usually just the personal opinions combined with Metacritic scores or whatever of the game in question. And there's not actually, like, somebody who got told to do this who's super
There are 2
passionate about the
enemies.
series they were told to write about.
I'll be cheering you on from here. Incredible.
I could talk about the games that I've played in the Tales of series, and I'm not quite there, but I could talk about nearly every Persona game for a very long time. Both the good and bad of all of the ones that I've played.
There are 3 enemies.
You have to generalize,
Be
but how
careful.
many people who like 5 over 3 and 4 would think 1 and 2 are better if they played them? It hurts. It hurts, that statement. Yeah.
Wow, you're incredible. One more to go.
I mean, I know everybody immediately out the gate dismisses Q and Q2. People who are like 5 is the best do not include spin-offs, which is weird because I think Strikers is the best Persona 5 game, but it's not the best Persona game. Oh yeah, no, 2 is so good. I feel like there would be people who'd be like, alright, okay. Okay. I see. Which is why a port, remaster, and or a remake would be so good. Because there's so many people who don't know how good Persona 2 is. Because it's
There are
really
2 of
hard to
them, and they'll
find.
shook up.
Heart sent me a picture at their local, like, used game store. I need to find this image. I need to find this image. This is insane. The game is gonna pause while I do this, but they found Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. 2 physical copies of the the PlayStation version. One with a manual and one without a manual. And their prices? Okay, yeah. $400, $399.99 pre-owned without manual. Pre-owned with manual, $599.99. For Persona 2 Eternal Punishment physical copy for PlayStation.
Good luck, everyone.
Accessibility issue is an understatement. It was like $60 a decade ago. Oh man. Yeah, P2 is $10 on the Vita store. You don't think that's an average price? Definitely not. But I still think it's insane that an actual store is like, yep, $600.
If you get into trouble, run! Last one!
Like, it wasn't like on eBay. It was a picture of a physical location. Selling Persona 2 Eternal Punishment for $600 with a manual. That there's a $200 difference for manual and manual-less. And I was like, fuck. Hell, if you own a PS3, digitally, Persona 2 Eternal Punishment is like less than $5.
There are 3 of them. Strike first. I will be cheering you on from here. Last one.
That's why we need a remaster, an HD remaster and or a port. I should just say and a port, because I would like people to, or port remake. A remastered port on like Steam. If Atlus plays their cards right and announces it well, holy shit. That would open the gate, like, just not even Eternal Punishment, just Persona 2, both of them. Put them together in like a duo pack.
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
Where the launcher just has both versions.
If you get into trouble,
both Innocence and Eternal Punishment.
Last one.
I would buy that. I would buy that immediately. I would replay Eternal Punishment on stream, just to be like, okay, here's the Steam version. And also to do it with Nate instead of Ellie. As fun and wonderful as Ellie is, I would like to try a run where I have Nate in the party, and we go to the other dungeon.
There are 2 of them. Attack! Two enemies left. Persona!
And it's like, and if both of them were the
enemy is down.
you know, the remasters for the PSP. It was PSP, right? It was one of them. One of the Sony handhelds. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Was it Vita? No, I don't think it was Vita. Maybe
Be careful! I sense death!
Yes, and they'd have to an official translation for the Eternal Punishment version on PSP, yeah. If they did that for Steam and just had like a duo pack where it's like the one launcher, both games of official English translations of both PSP remasters of Innocence In and Eternal Punishment, I would buy that. Which way is the Reaper? He's here though. Oh, going this way. Maybe I can squeeze one more fight in. I can. Oh shit. Never mind. It's a rare shadow. Oh! Never mind, it's a rare shadow. Do not run from me.
A rare form! Destroy
No!
it! The enemy escaped. That was close.
Sad. But yes, I would 100% play that, and I feel like there are a lot of people who would actually really genuinely enjoy the story that Persona 2 has to offer. Even me, with only having one half of the entire plot, enjoyed Eternal Punishment immensely.
There are 2 enemies. Wow! You're
One more to go.
Efficiently executed.
I'm level 53. I'd be so happy. And that's what we want. If they made a remake of 2, so long as they don't fuck it up, that would also be pretty good. But I'd like to see a remastered port of both versions officially in English more, just because that game got such the short end of the stick. Like, an incredibly short stick. with how it was
instinct.
released in the West. So many people only had the latter half of the story, and then they got the first half later. But if you didn't have the correct, like, console or handheld to play them,
There
you
are 3
still
enemies.
ultimately ended up
Be
missing
careful.
out. Whether you didn't have a PlayStation to play Eternal Punishment when it first came out in English,
Luck, everyone.
or you didn't have a PSP when it was like,
You
oh hey,
did
you
it,
liked
Mama.
Eternal Punishment, well here's the story from its beginning on the PSP. Like, there are people that weren't able to enjoy both stories.
There are 2 enemies.
Because of how it was
I'll
handled.
be cheering you on from here.
And it's just so good.
Efficient.
I love Persona 2 so much. I feel like that just comes with the territory because I'm fairly certain Eikichi is voiced by Troy Baker, and that would already not be... Yeah. They're not bringing
3
Troy
enemies.
Baker into
They all
it.
seem
They
agitated.
might, but it's unlikely considering how much he's
You're
worth
incredibly
now.
powerful.
Some of the EP people probably retired. Yeah. I don't know when the last time Wittenberg voiced anything. I mean, I know he voiced Teddy in the original Persona 4, but that's about it. I never actually looked too deeply into his portfolio one behind the voice actors. If Eikichi got
3
Mercer,
James
that'd be...
enemies. This is our chance.
Yeah, and some were replaced for Innocent Sin.
If you get into trouble,
Serves
run.
everyone.
One more to
Doesn't
go.
Tatsuya's voice actor for Eternal Punishment, like, also voice Eikichi and, Jun? Because they have so few voiced dialogue in Eternal Punishment, what would be the point? It's Eric. Keith Silverstein. Yeah, Keith Silverstein.
There are 2 enemies.
If it's the Eric I'm thinking of, which it probably is, knowing what was played recently, and if I don't think there's a single other game that has Eric as a character. And we know Baofu's there's only one Eric. Knowing Baofu's voice actor voiced Ace and is also in like a ton of other stuff, depends on availability if they got him. He did such a good job. Who's Eric? From, Zero Time
There
Dilemma.
are 3 enemies. Be careful.
Mira!
If
Mira!
you get into trouble,
Mira is my
run.
angel!
Last one.
Oh, him. Oh, the principal's not a nice guy, but that's a little mean.
Three enemies. They all seem agitated.
But yeah, no, his voice actor still does stuff, for sure. It'd be pretty... I forget her voice. I forget her name. Oh my god, I feel so bad. But Yukiko and Ulala have the same voice actress. I don't know how easy or difficult it is to get her, or if she's retired or anything like that. I'm pretty sure she hasn't. I've heard her in other stuff. Amanda Winley, yes. Yeah,
There's
that's
one
a
enemy.
thing. Jumping in the middle of the game, it is a little like, oh wow, I have no idea what's going on. But if you play it start to finish, if you're there from start to finish, it does explain itself pretty well. There's lots of very interesting discussions. It's really just a matter
I'll be
of
cheering you on from
philosophy
here.
and psychology and whether or not you actually, like, enjoy hearing anything about that or not. Because it does have a lot of discussions about complicated, like, real-life experiments and phenomenon. And sometimes you don't even realize it. Like, the incinerator room is basically a more involved version of the trolley problem before the trolley problem became a meme.
Good luck, everyone.
Where Diana is forced to either choose to do nothing and Phi dies, or flip a coin and possibly kill Sigma in order to save Phi. There's still the best solution in which everyone lives, but she has to actively choose to fire the gun, and even though it is random whether or not the gun has a round in it, it's still directly her influence that causes Sigma to die. Which is a more complicated version of the trolley problem. Stand back and have a death, the guaranteed death of somebody not be on your hands, or make a choice, get involved, and still potentially be the cause.
Watch
and be
out.
the direct
There are
cause,
4 enemies.
possibly, of someone's death.
If you get into trouble, run!
It makes it more difficult to decide, because do you take that risk? Or...
2 remaining. Last one!
And stuff like the Monty Hall problem. Like, I found out while looking into the Monty Hall problem for the game that you can still get it wrong. There's a 10% chance that changing your decision still isn't the answer. Just to show that the Monty Hall problem, while yes, your odds do go up, that doesn't mean that your odds are guaranteed, which I was like, damn, that's actually really neat. That there is a chance that switching your answer for the gas mask could still be incorrect. Just because your chances go up doesn't mean that
if you get into trouble, run! Last one!
It's just much more unlikely that the mask is in the one that you stick to. Makes it a little more real. Literally, like, the entire game is just a love letter to just, like, look at all this weird philosophical and psychological shit that we, like, don't like to think about.
One more to go.
But we've done a lot of, like, research and discussion on, and we still don't really have all the answers to everything. The entire game is literally just, here's a bunch of that with a plot on top. And it's done really well. It's so fucking cool. I love that game. Like, that series. 999 is still the best, and it has the least... like, the least involving paradox shit and stuff like that. But it still has a good chunk of just, like...
What sharp instincts!
Actual thought discussions and things like that. All tied together into a very cool game. Is this floor special? I don't remember if this floor was special. Is this floor special? Or am I just running back and forth killing things because I can?
4 dazed enemies. Now's the time.
I got distracted talking about
run!
Persona while playing Persona, and then I started talking about Zero Escape.
One more to go.
No, it appears to just be a normal floor. I just was like, ah, yes, fighting. I'm playing Zero Escape right now. Because I can't escape Tartarus. Oh, increased item drop. Let's go. A really small floor, though. Yeah. I feel like that game is definitely for
Four
people who
enemies.
really,
They seem
like,
rattled.
it doesn't even have to be for people who really like
Wow, you're also
philosophy
powerful.
and psychology
Remaining.
experiments.
Excellent.
But if you're, like, completely opposed or disinterested in the idea of exploring, like, a world that actually, like, experiences those things, because as the player, that's sort of the, like, detachment that you have of being the overseer of everything that goes on and knowing the most information, more than the characters in the game at any given point in time.
Enemies. This is our chance.
It's not for everyone, because not everybody wants
One more
to
to
or
go.
can, like... Some stuff that the game does bring into question and talks about, people can either, like, immediately dismiss, or it just freaks them out to think about. And that's kind of like the thing. Those thought experiments are supposed to be unnerving. Like, if the universe does function this way, that's pretty fucked.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
There's just not really a huge way to know whether or not it is, and that's what makes it scary. Of, like,
There
if you
are 3
apply
enemies
the
left.
discussions that are brought up in the game, which are actual
If you get into
discussions
trouble,
that real
run.
people have talked about, it's kind of like, yeah. Like, one philosopher, forget who it was specifically, but he's the one who's behind the, like, the thought process of, like, what if we're all just, like, a brain in a jar, and everything that we experience, we can't really be sure that we actually experience the things we experience. It's like another comparison is, like, say you're in a vehicle, and all
There
the
are 3
windows
of
are
them.
blacked
Strike
out, and you're
first.
only shown, like, a screen.
Last one.
And you're expected to drive the car following, like, what's being recorded and shown to you through a screen. There's not really a 100% way to know that that footage is actually live footage or accurate. You just kind of have to trust that what you're seeing is what's actually outside of the vehicle.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
And people, the thing is like, he himself, when writing it, said that once I'm done with this book, I'm going to carry on as if I never had these thoughts, because it would be too much to live in a world constantly thinking, like, the possibility that it worked like that. It would be too mentally stressful for him to constantly, like, live life thinking like that. That was essentially what he said, of, like, this could be a possibility, but the idea of that being a possibility is so unnerving to me that I will continue to live in ignorance once this book is done.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
And that's kind of the thing. Even a guy who talked about some of the stuff that does get brought up in Zero Escape is kind of like, yeah, humans can't live like this, being aware of, like, possibly being aware of life being different than how we perceive it and things like that. It's too unnerving and stressful to think about life like that.
Watch out. There are 4 enemies.
And I can see where he's coming from. But I still think it's really interesting to have a game apply some of that stuff as if that were actually the case, because then you can learn about it
Efficiently executed.
while also being detached from the events taking place, and it's sort of like the being able to discuss it while also having the peace of mind that you are not experiencing what the characters in the
enemies.
game
They all
are
seem
experiencing.
If you get into trouble,
One
run.
more to go.
Remember when Persona 4 had educational game as one of its default tags? I'm surprised Zero Escape doesn't have educational game in one of the Twitch's tags, because you learn so much playing those games, which is why it's so cool! It's one of my favorite aspects
there are 3
of
of them.
the game.
Strike first. Last one. Good luck, everyone.
So good. It's one of those games where it's got a very well-written story that I do like a lot, while also I'm just learning things. It's the joke with Metal Gear Solid 3, where people learned more about American history and the Cold War and stuff like that in the brief, like, pre-playing the game narration segment bit than anything they could have actually learned in a classroom.
Last one.
Which is, I think, a little extreme, but that pre-game cutscene, like before you can actually control the character, everything until they get to what's taking place in the game is accurate. So you do actually get a history lesson before you start playing Metal Gear Solid 3 of all games.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. I'll be cheering you on.
I like games like that. I think it's neat. Did I go this way yet? I don't know if I went that way yet. I'm gonna go this way again, as if I hadn't gone yet. I have gone this way, but there's a guy over here already, so I'm gonna fight him.
There are 3 of them.
I have
Strike
Ose
first.
equipped, yes? Yes.
I'll be cheering you on. Do it again. Last one. That was easy.
I'm glad you think that, Ken. Aha! I have found a loop. I will now proceed to use this loop.
Watch out. There are 4 enemies. Last one.
There's another game. I've mentioned it before. I think more while playing Zero Escape. But there's a game that's really heavily inspired by, like, how Zero Escape handles itself, and it's called Paranormasight. And it's a game that I am interested in getting and playing on stream eventually, because I think it looks really cool. I watched someone play a little bit of it, and I liked what I saw. Ooh, back off, back off, back off. Turn around.
A rare form. Destroy
Nice.
it. That was easy.
Dang it. I got a Nile knife. Nil knife? Nil knife?
There are 2 of them.
It
and
was
they're
a
shook up.
rare hand. Rare hands don't give EXP.
The enemy's off. Here's our chance. Let's do it. Understood.
I don't think they ever have. Maybe Golden made them give you EXP, but I could have sworn that Persona 4's, they just gave you a lot of money. And in essence, that's the same here. They give you either a weapon that you can use, that you can turn into, Golden hands give you EXP. I see. Oh, right, Golden hands give you EXP. Huh. Because the
3
rare
dazed
shadow...
enemies. This is our chance. Good
The
luck,
rare shadow in
everyone.
5 doesn't either. They behave differently. They're more for fusion slash money.
I think I messed up.
Well, goodbye, that homunculus that I
That
got.
was easy.
Oh well. he fell on his back, and the homunculus took the blow for him, but because he's weak to darkness, he still got completely laid out by a Mamudo. Oh well. Okay, so oh yeah, it's been a while since I played Golden, and by been a while, I mean over a year. But Rare Shadows in Q, they give you EXP as well. And Q2, I think. Actually, are there even rare hands in Q2? I don't remember there being any. But then again, I don't remember a lot of things from that game. After it started, crashing or freezing up on me every, like, after every battle. Sometimes in the middle of battles. I sort of just, you know, I got so distracted by the constant reminders that I had to make a save state after every battle. Sometimes in the middle of fights, else the game would be unbeatable for me.
One more to go. You're also
And then we weren't even able to see the post-credits because of that very same reason. Yeah, Yosuke, Saurus, and Deiagus. Did I actually finish Q2? Yes, I did. I will never play it on Citra ever again, though, because of how it, how the, emulator wigged out on me after a while of playing, where it would happen occasionally, and it was like,
Now's the time.
Yeah, we just pulled up a YouTube video for the post-credits.
Efficiently executed.
But I still beat the game, yeah. I just can't do a New Game Plus because I would need to successfully see the credits so it could tell me, hey, you beat the game. But I was able to play Q1 just fine.
They all seem agitated.
There were a few instances where it did freeze, but it was after a very long period of time. Like, really, really long, extended periods of time without having saved, where I would just be like, oh yeah, I haven't left the dungeon. It'd suck if the emulator just stopped on itself, and then after fighting, I think, the 21st out of, I think, the 25 FOEs that were on that one floor of the Evil Spirit Club, right as I thought that, and after I had made the quick save, it did it in the middle of that fight. So instead of losing all my progress, I only had to fight one of them again. And I was like, thank you. Actually, I didn't think that. I didn't, crediting myself. Jumpy, you were the one who were like, yeah, it's been a while, maybe you should make a quick save.
There are 3 enemies.
Yes, and we also have slow motion Teddy.
One more to go. That was
where he just froze in place. And then jittered back and forth between 2 frames of animation. Very slowly, but it was still a jitter. It was just a very slow jitter.
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance. Last one.
I have a few clips from Q2. I have more from Q than I do of Q2, but...
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. One more to go.
More stuff just kind of happened in Q, I think.
That was easy.
I did also play Q twice, yes. That also is a thing. I think the one with the least clips is Golden. One at the very start of the game before I had downloaded the mod that fixed the text bugging out, and then one where I was in the middle of a fight.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
And I said something funny.
Time to get serious.
But I think genuinely those are the only 2 Persona 4 Golden clips Meanwhile, I think there's the most for... Okay, either Q or Fez has the most. Because Q has a lot, but a lot of them are ones that I was thinking of deleting.
Enemies. This is our chance.
How would I rank each Persona game I've streamed?
That was easy.
What did I say in Golden? It was like, what if I shot it? What if I slashed it? What if I slashed it? Because, I was trying to kill it with the thing I was fighting quickly, but I think somebody missed, and then the next person also missed. So I kept repeating myself. It was just funny in the moment, because every line that I said was with the expectation that the fight would be over in that attack. And that didn't happen, because people kept missing. And then, of course, okay, no, I'm gonna be honest. When this is over and I finally, it may take a while, get like a huge clip compilation all edited out, Fez is 100% going to have the most, because there isn't just
there are 2 of them, and they're
Fez clips. There's the 2 highlights. The one where it was a 25-minute highlight of me beating Elizabeth,
if you get into
which
trouble,
probably won't have much of it present.
Indeed.
It'll just be maybe when I'm talking about something. Like when I noted that the sun rose. And then, of course, some particularly intense moments and the finale. But then we also have the, I think it's 18 minutes of after I completely fucking destroyed the game on accident and got stuck on a floor.
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
And
Last
that one, at least some of my observations of it are probably going to be
Efficiently
scattered
executed.
throughout the compilation. Like, my plan was to take both of those highlights, take the best parts of them, and then just sort of chronologically, so it's in the correct order, but put things between what I'm seeing or going through.
3 dazed enemies. This is our
Because they're
chance.
so long that it would break up the pacing.
Last one.
But I don't actually have... Well, I do, but
Efficiently executed.
I think the highlight tells the information better, since it's the whole shebang instead of just specific moments of it. Of me just getting soft-locked. Because Fez is weird and broken.
3 dazed enemies. This is our chance. Last
In a good
one.
way. Not terribly unplayable compared to 4's issues, like save files becoming corrupted or erasing themselves magically. Playable, but you gotta stagger save in 4.
Be careful.
Okay,
I
he
sense death.
If only I quick saved and reloaded. If only. Actually,
3 dazed enemies.
let's
This is
switch
our
to
chance.
Neko.
Wow, you're all so powerful. Incredible.
$46. Actually, what are we looking at for the party members that I'm bringing? 46, 45, 46. Okay. And I just got a message that dinner is done. I kind of want to grab it now. I want to see what it is, and I want to grab it now. Which means an hour 30? Is it okay if I take a break now? And I'll just have the next one be 2 hours, like actually 2 hours, as if I had stopped at 2 hours. So technically be 2.5 hours before my next break. No. Oh.
There are two of them, and they're shook up. I'll be
I can
cheering
wait
you
30
on from
minutes.
here. Man's best friend indeed.
I'll accept that now, though, because I don't know if it, like, holds off on that. I'm sorry, was Control Rush? If using keyboard controls, Control is Rush? This is why I don't get keyboard controls for some PC ports of console games. Why is Control Rush? Is it because E is interact? Okay, no, config. Keyboard. Okay, WASD. Confirm is space. Cancel is C. 2D display. I don't know what that means. Cursor speed is C. Command menu is tab. Submenu is F. Makes sense. Guide is E. Dungeon. Command menu is tab. So essentially X. Submenu is F. Or... No, yeah, that would be command menu, wouldn't it? Let me see, what is command menu? No, submenu is... Okay, so command menu is the main menu. Like the when I press Y. Rotate camera is Q and E. Okay, I guess that's... that. Center camera is R. Display floor map is Z. I was kidding, you're allowed to break your own rules for taking a break, which you didn't do last night either. True. I suppose I'll take it. But still, what the fuck are these keyboard commands? Ew! Ew! Rush is... Okay, rush is not control. Rush is tab. Ew! I don't like that. Disgusting. I mean, I suppose if you only use keyboard controls, it would make sense, but literally, for a game that does not use the mouse for anything but the cursor, it is literally asking you to do basically everything with your left hand. Like, almost every single button on this keyboard is being used, except for X. It's tab, Q, W, E, A, S, D, or yeah. Tab, Q, W, E, R, A, S, D, F, Z, C, and spacebar. Is what are all the buttons that are mapped to things by default. The enemies are all very powerful? Awesome. I will take a break here, and when I get back, we will kill all of those. All of the guys on this floor. The timer pauses for the Reaper when I'm paused, so don't worry about that. He's not gonna get in the way as soon as I unpause. Also, the game will be frozen when I alt-tab, so I think that also pauses anything for the game. Text parserona. But yeah, keyboard controls, that's a lot of button. And you don't use the mouse for anything when in the dungeon either. The mouse is literally the cursor. Like, I'm able to do this with the mouse. That's literally the only thing they use the mouse for. And you can just menu with these buttons, so what? Oh, I don't get who thought of those controls. But yeah, that's whatever. We're gonna play some music, play some ads, so take this as an opportunity to take a bit of a break yourselves, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Feeling no pressure, but appears in the media. Getting jiggy with confined, place I'm telling ya. Anywhere you be, from New York to Siberia. Gotta play your own beat and shake it every day. I'ma put it down, grabbing this crown. Lay your dollars on the ground, gonna double up now. 65 to 4 to 3, 2, one more time. Heavy punch line about to cruise. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Lay low, lay high, lay low, lay high. Until you feel the vibes that touch the sky. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Lay low, lay high, lay low, lay high. Until you feel the vibes that touch the sky. Feeling no pressure, but appears in the media. Getting jiggy with confined, place I'm telling ya. Anywhere you be, from New York to Siberia. Gotta play your own beat and shake it every day. I'ma put it down, grabbing this crown. Lay your dollars on the ground, gonna double up now. 65 to 4 to 3, 2, one more time. Heavy punch line about to cruise. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Lay low, lay high, lay low, lay high. Until you feel the vibes that touch the sky. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Lay low, lay high, lay low, lay high. Until you feel the vibes that touch the sky. Feeling no pressure, but appears in the media. Getting jiggy with confined, place I'm telling ya. Anywhere you be, from New York to Siberia. Gotta play your own beat and shake it every day. I'ma put it down, grabbing this crown. Lay your dollars on the ground, gonna double up now. 65 to 4 to 3, 2, one more time.
I return to open a soda. Later, not right now, but I have a soda. It's just still closed because I still have my tea. I just knew I'd run out, and I didn't want to top off because it mixes weirdly since mine's kind of more room temperature now. Oh, whatever. I got another drink. I just don't need it yet. Ah. Thank you. Okay. Pause that. Go back to this. Come on, you can do it. Hey, there we go.
There are
Going
two
right in
enemies.
it. Killing shit. Maybe they'll be level 50 by the time this one's done. I don't know. Unlikely
Two
if the
enemies
floor is
left. I
small,
summon
but
you.
you know. Who knows?
Good choice. The enemy is commenced with an all-out attack. Fatal strike.
Yes. No. That's not EXP. This one wants to run from me. He must be smaller than his friends.
There are two enemies.
They
I
do seem
summon
quite
you.
small.
You found the enemy's weak.
I love that. The size of the shadow impacts how much HP they have, and the less HP they have, the... God damn it. I'm gonna grab the money. Ah. The less HP they have, the more likely they are when you're a certain level to run away from you. They are all afraid of me.
There are two of them, and they're shook up.
But one of them wasn't.
Keep it up. Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
Fast while you just proud. Time for me, no tangling.
I like having money, but I don't want the Reaper to show up with some money. I could outmaneuver him. Maybe. Here's the stairs, but I don't need the stairs.
There are two of them, and they're shook up. Good choice. The enemy commence with an all-out fatal strike.
Fast while you just proud. Time for me, no tangling.
I'll take the weapon. It is rank 5. It's something I don't need, but I can sell it. Money. Okay, this is not a large floor. Man, other than that one, they all are afraid of me.
There are two of them, and they're shook up. That's the way. Here's our chance. Let's do it.
Understood.
Fast while you just proud.
It's just the way he says those lines. 600's not bad.
There are two of them. Attack! You found the enemy's weak.
Fast while you just proud. Time for me, no tangling.
A magic mirror. I have 99 turquoise. 5 diamonds. Hey! How much malachite do I have? I'm already back at the cap. Okay, I guess in Kormar we're about to load. So 47, then 46, and then 47 in like a few more turns. I think we're hitting the part where they're starting to not get as much, but maybe that's just my imagination. The cat does have a cola. Normal floor. Tail in Spanish. See. Normal floor. Anything to this normal floor? Nearby-ish? A singular treasure chest. Containing a disc-range. There are more enemies here than usual. Oh no, he saw me! Whoa. Let that one see you. Which way would he run? That's the question. Which way would you run? And you would just disappear. How did you see me?
I have a feeling that death is...
Okay. Don't turn! Ah, God damn it! I had stairs on my side.
a rare form. Destroy
Good.
it. If you get into trouble, run.
Reaper's showing up as soon as I draw this, though. Technically, the stairs were under me.
A rare form. Destroy it. Wow, you're all so powerful.
No, how? Oh, Cormar came to the side too far. Oh,
A rare
please don't
form.
run. Please don't run,
Destroy
thank
it.
you. It's a big one.
If you get into trouble,
Nice.
run.
Well, I'm not saying it's his fault, it's just that's probably what happened. Because I'm more mad at the shadows for being able to just see if somebody is even mildly at an angle that's not exactly right behind them. That's why you gotta be fast.
A rare form. Destroy it. If you get into trouble, run.
Woo! Woo! Yeah, that's fine. I got a Nile Spear and a Supreme Coin or two. If I let my party loose here, what would happen? I don't think they give me what the reward is for killing anything on their own. But if I'm far enough away, I think they don't aggro, because they haven't... They don't... Their only response to aggro... if I'm close enough, but that means that I do have to be following some of them. Like, for starters, they'd have to be set to engage anything on site. I don't know that they give me any rewards, though. That's the only thing. I don't know if they would. Because they don't give me any potential rewards for beating normal enemies on their own. They only hand me stuff that they find in chests. So if a potential fight drops, like, a malachite or something, that malachite is lost to me, because they will not give it to me.
3 enemies.
So I don't
They
think I
all
would
seem
get
agitated.
the Nile weapons or the coins if they killed them on their own. I wish, but yeah.
There are 3 enemies left. 1 more to go.
But I'm still battling fast while you just prattling. No time for me, no tangling.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up.
Yeah.
The enemy is down.
I don't
Now's
know
your
if they
chance.
do or if it's just a matter of them not spawning. I know that they don't get shuffle
Enemy
times for
defeated. Let us
potential
commence
EXP
with an all-out
bonuses.
attack.
And the amount of EXP that they get is severely low compared to if you participated in a fight. Like, I feel like it is less. The way it's calculated is a little different. Like, there are some values that they definitely still keep track of. Like whether or not a big shadow contains
one more
like,
to go.
more or something. And if it's a strong shadow or something like that.
Right.
But Ken got down to 200 EXP until he leveled up. And I sent him off to kill stuff. And it took him 3 fights before he leveled up. And it was at the point where if I had joined in, even if I didn't get a shuffle time, he probably would have leveled up in that fight.
Watch out! There are 4 enemies.
Because 200 EXP is not a lot.
2 left.
And without shuffle
Last
times,
one. I'll be cheering you on from
I'm
here.
still getting less because I'm such a higher level. But it was still more. Do they get EXP per kill? I don't know. I think unless you are too high of a level, the EXP that is displayed here is the EXP that everybody gets. Like, unless there's a huge level difference and I'm getting the calculations is giving me less.
There are 3
It's what
enemies.
everyone's getting.
Be careful.
Unless there's something that manipulates my EXP specifically. At least I think that's essentially what we confirmed in 4. That with the shirt on, only I was getting more EXP.
1 more to go.
Yeah, he did level up in the middle of the fight. Yeah, I wonder, yeah, maybe it is EXP for per slayed shadow. I just don't know what calculates the values. Do they get EXP after every enemy defeat
3
or just at
chased
end of
enemies.
battle?
This is our
I
chance.
I think if you participate, the EXP is calculated after the
Last
fight.
one.
And whatever EXP they get, if it pushes them over,
was
it gets
easy.
calculated into the EXP that they have left to level up again. Meanwhile, I think when you're not participating in the fight, as soon as they quote-unquote kill something that gets them to level up, they will say their quote, even if the fight is not necessarily over, because they have leveled up. There's not a bunch of menus and stuff in the way. It doesn't, because there's no flow of battle that can get disrupted by that announcement. So maybe it's like, as soon as something is killed, so long as they participate in the battle, they got the EXP.
There are
Like,
2 enemies.
each enemy has a specific EXP value.
Good luck, everyone.
But
Last one.
what you get is calculated at the end of the fights that you participate in. Meanwhile, if you split everybody up, it's just calculated immediately. Even if the entire encounter is not done yet. Yeah, it's not based on who did the most. I think it's just based on...
There are 2 enemies.
Did they participate in the fight? Is the player participating in the fight? How many shadows are in the encounter? How much EXP do those shadows in that encounter give upon death? And then whether or not you're in the battle or not determines on when that EXP is actually applied to the character. Like, the character's stats, and, you know, it announces, hey, they've leveled up. Because it's definitely not based on performance in Persona 3.
An all-out fatal strike.
The amount of EXP that a persona gets is based on whether the persona is equipped and what specifically they get, because they take much more to level up than as opposed to a person. I do think they get more EXP than what is displayed. I remembered that. That was something from That was something from Fez that we discovered, where it would display an EXP that I as the character was getting, so like this 418. Meanwhile, I think it was Metatron that I had equipped, was getting somewhere close to 1,000 to 2,000 per fight. Because it took like 50k for him to level up. Yeah. It was about a lot of this was stuff that I was just discovering while streaming Persona 3. Because I didn't think about stuff like that.
Strike first.
And then I started paying attention to it, and I always had to make a comment on anything that I observed. Like the whole thing with Olilot's artifact does not necessarily mean that you will get hit by Mahamon and Mamudun, even though Olilot's artifact says take reduced damage in exchange for not being able to avoid attacks. It still missed because how Mahamon and Mamudun applied itself was not. It didn't follow the same behavior. And it still doesn't follow the same behavior as other spells. Hence why Q and Q2 have this.
There are 3
Q2
enemies.
has the
Be
noticeable
careful.
lack of a specific ability that you were able to give Naoto in Q1 that
you
sort
get
of
into
made her
trouble, run!
absolutely an unstoppable force when fighting normal
Damage sustained.
shadows.
Damage sustained. When you fall, get right back up. Efficiently executed.
Which was further perpetuated and da-da-da and all that.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up. Again!
Lots of different things that go on behind the scenes. I'm allowed to say Impure Reach. Yes, Impure Reach. A move so good that it doesn't exist in Q2, or any Persona game after Q. It only existed in Q. And it was supposed to be something
4
like if you
enemies.
used
They
Foul
seem
Breath,
rattled.
which I still don't know whether or not in other Persona games the Foul Breath does
If you get into
increase
trouble,
the
run.
chances of you
2
getting hit with an
remaining.
insta-kill.
Last one.
There's not really a good way to make a control group for that because of all the varying weaknesses and resistances of shadows in this game. But I am curious to see if that does actually make it more likely. Because it's not a passive, it's an actual move. Which would require 2 turns in order to test every single time. But it would be really funny if it did work like that. But unless I get a means of looking at the game's code and how it applies certain things, I will never know for sure, even if we get a decent, like,
There are 3 of them. Strike first. Man's
control
best friend.
thing. What was Aegis's thing? In Q and Q2, because they never removed it, I just didn't use it in Q2, was, Shura Tensei and Orgia mode. Shura Tensei significantly increases
There are 2
the
enemies.
user's damage output in exchange for losing HP every turn.
If you get into trouble,
And then
run.
Orgia
Again,
mode,
again.
which just buffs Aegis's attack, in exchange for after 3 turns, she is unable to move. And then if I used Tarokaja or Heat Riser on her, essentially all 3 of those things stacked. It took a lot more setup than just, go, Naoto, I choose you, which might be why it stayed in.
Wet shark instincts.
But yeah, of the 2 things that were kind of like, wow, this is really broken, it's weird how they nixed Impure Reach, and then further nerfed Naoto anyway by removing half of her utility in order to spread it out amongst more people. Which was a mistake.
They all seem agitated. Do it again. You're also powerful.
Like, if you're gonna remove Impure Reach, could have at least kept those people that learn. Like, what is the point of Naoto if she cannot use Hama and Mudo? She only learns Hamon. In exchange for Kechi not learning anything. I think he learns Mahama, but he doesn't go. I don't think he goes as far as Mahamon.
I'll be cheering you on from here. Last one.
Fuck, I pressed it too soon.
Watch out.
Like, I think
2
Ken
remaining.
learns Hama,
Last one.
but then stops learning things past it, and it's better that ultimately it's better that you keep his one Psy move because it's the only Psy move he learns, and he's a Link attacker now with some healing. Q2, I don't know. They wanted to have more party synergy, so they did have to break up the certain moves and things that characters could do, but some to a benefit and some to a huge detriment. Some characters that didn't even get to do anything, just due to the fact that they wanted to spread around abilities more, absolutely made some people completely useless. Like, making both Ryuji and Kanji the tank characters, the defense types, for their respective groups was not a good move. I don't think. Especially considering that the other person who is the tank slash defense type was one Shinjiro fucking Aragaki.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
Yeah, it's like I understood what they did, but I think some of the choices that they made messed some people up. Because I never used Takechi because he was terrible. I never really used any healer outside of Yukari because of what she learned naturally compared to everybody else. I used Ken a fair amount in the Psy areas. I feel like, because I do have VODs of it, if someone was more diligent than I, they could go back and probably quantify in a table of how long each character was ever in my party for any reason whatsoever, and Akechi would be in last place. 100% without a doubt. You do it yourself. I did say if there was one more diligent than I. Maybe one day when I have, like, nothing better to do than watch my own videos back to back for some reason. Because I like being able to use everyone, but that was the thing that was really frustrating to me about Q2. It genuinely felt like some characters were unusable. You mean multiple days? Yeah. It would take too long. And you'd have to time everything and then pay attention to that. There was that one stream or two where I was just grinding for a while where I think I used everybody, which gave some people more playtime for sure.
Efficiently executed.
But, of course, by the end of everything, my final team was every protagonist except for the Persona 4 protagonist, Yukari, and Shinjiro.
There are 3 of them! Strike first!
Because you needed a defense type,
You did it,
which is why I
Konoha.
knew I used Ryuji and Kanji a lot. And have a 25 row or column Excel spreadsheet. Yeah. Oh.
There are 3 enemies! Be careful!
I could also have a definitive number of times that the game decided to crash on me,
Efficiently
essentially.
executed.
Because I didn't have a counter for that. Because I didn't want a counter for that. I didn't want a definitive, like, number to look at on stream of how many times I was forced to reload the game. That would have just made me even more angry in the moment.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up! Again! 1 more to go!
Yeah. Or I forgot to unpause the recording. Which I can no longer do. Recent OBS update doesn't let me do that. So, hi YouTube VODs. You have to deal with chapters to skip the breaks now.
There's 1 enemy.
Because fuck editing the breaks
Efficiently
out and then
executed.
having to render out another video that's like 4 times the size of the original VOD just to upload it to YouTube. Even losing 10 minutes is multiple reasons. Yeah, oh my god.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up!
And it wasn't really until AI guess that, not even really, it especially started becoming a noticeable thing. Like, it was never not a thing. It happened as early as the first boss in the game. And I was just kind of like, haha guys, this happens sometimes. Yeah, and a Citra update rolled through, and it was never the
There
same.
are 3 enemies! Do it again!
It was never the
I'll
same.
be cheering you on from here!
But it was happening even before then. And to prove that it was more just Q2, when I went back and played Q, it worked fine. Like 2 or 3 instances tops where the game just kind of didn't.
Be careful! I sense death! There are 2 enemies. If you get into trouble, run!
Yeah. It never really happened a lot before, and it never really happened a lot after. So 3-side was pretty stable. The audio delaying was the biggest issue that I had to fight with, and hello. The audio delay was the biggest issue I had to fight with the first time. But when I tried to fix it in Q2, which it ultimately still delayed over time anyway, which was the most frustrating, no one ever brought it up when I did side 4. And one time I asked, because I knew it was a thing that happened when I did side 3. And everyone was like, yeah, no, I mean, like, maybe by half a second or less, but not really. And there were only a few instances where the audio actually ended up getting delayed. You're still surprised that Q2 isn't popular enough for them to investigate and try to fix the emulator issues? Yeah, I don't know. I think the thing is that because Citra is free, they're very hands-off about updates. Anything that, like, I mean, they update it constantly, but when it comes to specific emulations of a game, not really working. It's kind of down to how passionate people are to try to find a fix in discussion boards and on Reddit, rather than anything Citra has to do. It could also just be an intrinsic way of however the game was coded in the cart. Because when you decode the data off of a DS or 3DS cart, there may be, like, anti-piracy software in it that might have been causing it to do those things that were not present in Q1. It could be a number of things, because the problem is like, the first step to fixing the issue is to find out what's causing it, and I could not really tell you what causes it. I just knew that it kept happening, and that I was getting mad.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
And that I played
If you get into
all
trouble,
of DMC,
run.
well, not all of DMC, most of the DMC series in
You're
like a
on
week.
roll.
Yeah. That's part of the problem, though. You gotta be passionate enough. And the thing is that, people who are fans of Persona, even before Persona 5 came out, so readily dismiss Q and Q2 that it would be really hard to find someone who is passionate enough. Like, considering how Persona 5 was absolutely taken to pieces, people trying to find unused content and hidden whatever the fuck data that doesn't imply anything. It was just because 5 was popular and people liked it, and videos still come out every day about it. Like, about different things about it. Game doesn't have any problems. It's a fully functional game.
There are 2 of them. Attack!
And by not having any problems, I mean, you know, on a playability level.
2 enemies left.
And yet people
I summon
absolutely tore the game's codes to shred.
That's the way. Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
Atlus is pretty good about functional games. On their native systems, at least, yeah. People found the untextured Iwatadai dorm. People found the unused female character model. People assume it's for a protagonist. It could literally be anything. I don't know where the assumption of that comes from, unless it's specifically in the file's name describing it. As such, like, if it's officially labeled as protagonist model, then maybe, but as far as what anyone's ever told me, it's literally just an untextured female student model, which could be of anybody. The assumption that it's a female Akira is pretty big of a hoop jump.
Ooh, this looks rare.
But yeah, people have been the who? Ren. Ziku. A female Ziku. It could literally be anyone, and everyone assumed it was the protagonist. Literally, unless the file name says protagonist, it could be anyone. We only know it's an unused character model. It has no textures, and we know because of its shape that it's a girl. But people did that to Persona 5 because people liked Persona 5. It had nothing to do with needing to fix any problems with Persona 5, it's just people like tearing apart things they love. That sounds really depressing, but that is essentially what they did. I tear it apart on an emotional level. I don't actually dissect the game's code. Though I have utilized guides that have gone through the trouble of doing it for me. And I find it quite beneficial.
2 enemies, do it again! Last one! Here's our chance! Let's do it! Understood.
But yeah, it's... The likelihood of someone finding a fix for the emulated version of Q2 is unlikely because people fucking hate that game. I am not one of those people. I think it was an alright game. Wasn't super stellar, wasn't terrible.
There are 2 enemies.
Things could have been done better.
Last one!
But it's a lot of being carried over from Q. I think people hate Q more than they do Q2. People were so unhappy with Q, and I really don't know why. Because I think it was a fine game, and I've looked into, like, FAQs and Reddit posts and discussion boards trying to figure out why they don't like Q.
There's 1 enemy.
And no one can give a legitimate answer. They just do. Like, I think I've talked about this before, where someone's like, oh, it's just a shitty Etrian Odyssey game and a shitty Persona game, and other people are like, I think it's fine, what do you mean? Can you elaborate what things you think are shitty about it? And then they don't.
Last one!
They just go, game sucks because I said so, my work here is done, vanishes.
I'll be cheering you on from here. That was easy.
I've seen some people try to say stuff like the Group Date Cafe or some of the writing in Q specifically around the Persona 4 cast. Like they think the caricature for Akihiko is character assassination. People saying that Persona Q is no better than Persona 4 in its handling of some jokes. And I feel like some are not funny, but none of what was done I found particularly offensive on the level that I could find find just Persona 4's content offensive. You know? Exactly! Like, it's really not as bad as Persona 4 itself handles. Like, they say Kanji has girl power, and it's like, yeah, own it. And the caricatures are fine. Yeah, no,
there are 4 enemies.
The date cafe, I suppose, is a little uncomfortable for some people.
Last one.
I didn't treat it super seriously because the characters themselves don't really treat it super seriously. Both female and male choices. No one particularly says anything that could be putting down of another person or offensive. In fact, in moments where there is stuff where that could potentially happen, it's either very mild, or instead it's a further development of character growth, where, like, for instance, Naoto understands Kanji's position,
there are 3 enemies.
And how
Incredible.
his character goes beyond his appearance. You know, not judging a book by its cover. And then as she learns more about Shinjiro and how he, you know, also has a much softer side, she realizes, oh wow, I just kind of put you in a box after I looked at you and I didn't really, like, get to know you. I assumed incorrectly things about you.
There are 3 of them.
Aragaki.
Strike first.
Son, I'm sorry. And she's like, that just proves that I have much more, I have further to go before I can say.
Efficiently executed.
Well, it was more like to say I'm a good detective, but it was really just like she judged another character's personality based on their looks, even though she has a friend in her group who is similar.
Enemies. This is
and then none of it mattered.
One more to go.
But yeah, no, I felt like the characterizations of Q were fine. They were supposed to be a more two-dimensional version because there's so many different characters. It's hard to keep track of everyone. Honestly, I feel like Arena and Arena Ultimax handled some of their jokes worse than Q did, so yeah. So I saw that argument and I was like, okay, a bit of a stretch, but I guess in some areas maybe. But that doesn't really I don't think that's fair to say, oh, Q sucks, because most people who played Q played it because they knew Persona 4, not Persona 3. Like, the whole point of Q was to remind the Persona 4 Golden fans that Persona 3 was a game that also existed. Oh wait, no. We're, not Quetzalcoatl. God damn it, I did it again. Oh, say. Yeah, they exaggerated, but they still had a lot of good moments. So,
there are 2 enemies.
Golden fans could always play portable, though. That is true.
You're all so powerful.
But that was Atlus going, hey, Persona 3.
Last one.
I just feel like Persona Q was dismissed very early on, and a lot of the things that people say are, like, why they don't like it is either not something that, like, they can actually define, and when they're questioned on it, they're like, well, I just don't like it. Which is fine, you can still dislike it. I just want to know why, because some of the reasons that people bring up are either not really... don't really explain it all that well, or from, like...
4 dazed enemies. Now's the
a
time.
strictly, or as strictly as one can be, objective view doesn't make sense. If it's a bad Etrian Odyssey game, then people disagree with you on that. It's a more simplified Etrian Odyssey game. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad.
Do it again. 1 more to go.
Well, I feel like the jokes that they made in Q were not funny or insensitive. Most of the jokes in Persona 4 are not funny and or are insensitive. More so than anything that was done in Persona Q. Well, Akihiko is really dumb, and he's not that dumb.
There are 2 enemies.
I won't argue with you on that one.
You're also
But
powerful.
if the characters were as in-depth as they were in their source material, it would be really hard to follow. So I think it's more of a personal, like, I wish they did more with the characters.
Be careful. I sense death.
Ah! It's almost as if there's a 6 to 8 year time gap between writing 3 through 4 and Q. Yeah, I do think, yeah, Arena and Ultimax do a better job of just, hey guys, play 3, it's a thing, than Q does, but Q is also, like, I feel like Q a little bit was also supposed to do that, and Q2 was also supposed to do that. It was, hey, you liked Persona 5? Look at these colorful casts of people. Look at them. Play their games. But yeah, I think Arena and Arena Ultimax did a better job of, like, hey, Persona 3 exists, by the way.
There are 2 of them.
Because the actual plot was centered around... But Q did that too a little bit. There were, like, elements of both the Dark Hour and the TV. But it wasn't, like, the point of the plot. It wasn't, like, a weird fusion of the events. Although, okay. I think I talked about this. I will say it again. Arena is Persona 4's plot in fighting game form. Arena Ultimax is Persona 3's plot in fighting game form. Severely shortened, and they both make references to both of those things, and the elements of what goes on specifically in each game are heavily themed similarly to those respective games. For Arena is Persona 4. Type of writing and laws. Ultimax is Persona 3's writing and laws. And also, Q came out after Arena and Arena Ultimax, so Akihiko's character had already been changed to be more obsessed with protein than it was in the
Luck,
original.
everyone! Evasive action! Last one! Efficiently
That wasn't a
executed.
new character development. Ah! No! Ah! Those take place after, not during. True. I think it's just that's how they wrote him in Ultimax, so they were like, keep that for Q. People who played 4 probably remember
Three
Arena
enemies.
and
They
Arena
all seem
Ultimax.
agitated.
So they assassinated his character, and you're wrong, Z. Game sucks.
Good luck, everyone! Incredible!
Been a little through battle and moving fast.
I don't know. For somebody who has played every Persona game, except for Innocent Sin and Persona 1,
dazed
up to this
enemies.
point,
Now's the time.
Q ain't the worst one of them. So it does feel really weird that people just dismiss Q and Q2 right out the gate. Even though there are tons of spin-offs that exist, aside from those 2 games specifically, that are a lot more hit or miss. Like, in terms of spin-offs, I will say I think my favorite spin-off is... No, it's Q. No, I was gonna say it's Strikers, but no, it's Q. I like Q the most out of all the spin-off games. Dancing games are alright, but the only one with a plot is literally just Persona 4 again. I like Q the most. Strikers is a very close second, but I think just in terms of how much it is definitely an attachment to the other characters.
Be careful! I sense death!
Ow, you showed up quick, dude. Okay, but yeah, having so many characters, gotta make them easier to keep track of. They can't be as complex as they were in the games that they're sourced from. That's why all of them are caricatures. It's weird how they focus on Akihiko. It's probably because a lot of people who played 3, Akihiko is their favorite character, and I get that, but Shinjiro is my favorite character, and he's still a characterization, and I love the caricature that they make of him, where he's just a tsundere. He's great. And everyone agrees. Maybe not everyone, but it seems that in terms of, like, what they've changed or simplified about the characters, most people who have the most to say, specifically, it's about Akihiko. Because, like, you can't say it's that their character growth has reverted, because both of them are experiencing, like, not even really the halfway point of their story for 4.
Wow! You're all so powerful!
Like, it's literally the school festival is when Q takes place. It is in the middle of Persona 4's school festival, and, like, sometime early September-ish, after theirs got canceled due to the tsunami. After the Persona 3 casts got canceled due to the tsunami. Blah, 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 blah. They are literally in the middle of their plots. They're all still
Three
baby.
enemies. They all seem agitated.
All of them. Even the 3rd years. They're all baby. They haven't gone through the important character development that they've been. 4 writes it off where it's like you haven't maxed their social links. Because, again, character development thing, the reason why I like 3 the most, of those 3,
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up.
Honestly, there's like a
One more
Reddit
to
post.
go.
It's got a couple of typos because I don't think the person who wrote it had English as their first language. But I agree with what they said about the personas. When you think of people's personas between 3, 4, and 5, you sooner remember a character's first persona than you do their second or third forms. When you think of, oh, what is Kanji's persona? You think
There are 3 enemies.
You think
Be careful.
Taki Mikazuchi. You don't think Rakuten Mao. You just don't.
I'll be cheering you on from here. 1 more to go.
But when you think any Persona 3 character's persona, unless the persona doesn't evolve, you didn't think either. You're more likely to think about their awakened personas. Like, sometimes I forget the names of their initial personas, but I sooner remember personas like Caesar, Isis,
There are 3 enemies.
Athena.
Be careful.
Trismegistus,
Wow, you're all so powerful.
than their initial personas. Himiko, that's one of them. Yes, that's Rise's. What is her ultimate persona? What is her second form persona, I guess? Juno.
3 enemies. They all seem agitated.
That's Fuka's.
I'll be cheering you on from here. Last one.
It's Kanzeon, and then her ultimate in
Efficiently
Golden is
executed.
Kozeon. But that's kind of like the thing, is that because of, like, the characters getting their ultimate personas through story moments rather than just maxing their social link, it does
There are 3
cause
enemies.
that
Be
transformation
careful.
to have much more impact.
Wow,
And you
you're
much sooner
incredible.
remember it because of what it's
Last one.
attached to. I like their character growth and their persona transformations being plot than social links. I think it works better for the overall writing of the story. Like, I talked to Hart about a lot of things before we go live, but this is another one of them. I was talking to Hart about it.
There are 3 enemies.
If
Be careful.
Persona 3 Portable, for whatever reason, they would have to change a lot of story elements to make this work, but say Persona 3 Portable had their ultimate personas be tied to social link, I would already have Trismegistus.
Wow, you're all so powerful. 1 more to go.
I would have had Trismegistus 2 months ago
That was easy.
in the game. That's weird. I don't like that thought. But that's essentially what it would be. And that's what a lot of people experienced in 4. When I played Golden, I had Susanoo by, like, what?
There are
June?
3 of them. Strike first. I'll be cheering you on from here.
Literally nothing has happened in the game yet.
Now, do it now.
And in order to perpetuate the stuff with the plot, characters would seemingly revert from any type of growth that they would have in their social link. I've already had this conversation, but now it's quantifiable. Not quantifiable, but you get what I mean. It's just me beating a dead horse.
3 days.
I
enemies.
think
This is our
one of my
chance.
biggest dislikes about the social
One
links
more
is
to
the
go.
fact that party members' ultimate personas are rewards for maxing their social links, when it should be that they get them after plot. Because it feels like any character growth that they have within their social link is superficial.
There are 2 enemies.
And it really gets in the way of liking certain characters sometimes.
Not bad.
beating a dead heart.
That was easy.
Heart's not dead, but I cannot tell you whether or not they're absolutely done with me talking about game plot shit. There are many people that I have spoken to about this. I have too many outlets to just say the same things over and over and over again.
Let's do it. Understood.
Speak it, and it shall become truth. But yeah, it's just stuff like that. Like, in a retrospect setting, it is a definitely weird, but it's, for like Persona 3 is the example of, I would have Trismegistus at this point. Actually, no, I think he is the only one maxed, yeah. But, say, Yukari was rank 9. I'd have Isis. That'd be really bizarre. And it's because we know how the plot goes, that their evolving personas come from moments in the story, but can still be applied to like 4 and 5 as to why I'm not really a huge fan of that being the case in 4 and 5.
Executed.
I feel like the characters aren't allowed to properly actually grow, because their character development can either be blasted through in like less than 2 in-game months, or doesn't happen at all because you don't have the right stats in order to even start the social link properly.
Good luck, everyone! Do it again!
And they just kind of are there. And I still think Persona 4 handles it a little bit better than 5 does, because there's still like the character development of them awakening to their personas, and there's still really good plot moments where characters have confrontations that
if you get into trouble, do it again.
Are very serious and real. Specifically, well, real, but you know what I mean. Like the Namatame, debating whether or not to put him in the TV. That's a very intense moment, and I do like how it is written. Nobody's persona needs to evolve as a resolution of that.
3 enemies. They all seem agitated.
Part of me wonders if the reason why they did it the way they did for 4 was because of the fact that 4 is a much more lighthearted game. Like, despite the fact that it's a bunch of teenagers investigating a serial murder, the game is a lot more... is a much lighter tone than 3 does. Hell, I would argue in some places it has a lighter tone than 5.
Watch out! There are
And so in order
enemies.
to have character development, they couldn't write stories around any like plot-related stuff around those characters, because they didn't want the story itself to be perceived as too serious because of the overall vibe that they were going for.
Do it again!
And then we have 5, who I feel like it was kind of more just like a this worked, so let's do it again, instead of actually like... Whereas 4 feels like a necessary sacrifice in order to tell the story that they wanted to speak. 5's is like, oh well, this is how we did it before, so we'll just do it this way again, and then it doesn't... It works even less than it did for 4.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. Wow, you're all so powerful. Wet shark.
This dark music and somber voice acting. You know what I mean. In terms of just like the overall themes.
There are 2 of them. Attack! If you get into trouble, run! Not bad!
Like, what is Persona? I don't know Persona. I guess I could assume Persona 1's, but I'll go off of the... You always think of this as a fun game overall. I do too. But it does have some very serious and weighty themes compared to 4.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
Persona 2 is actions have consequences. Like, it really is. Innocent Sin to Eternal Punishment is 100% your actions have consequences. Specifically in Tatsuya's point of view of it was... That's literally why the games are titled the way they are titled. Persona 3 is every journey has the same end. Death is inevitable.
There are 2 of them.
But you know, that's kind of just the super hyphenated,
If you get
the
into
most
trouble,
depressing
right
way
road
I
to
could
go.
word it, essentially. 4's is literally just be true to yourself and pursue the truth. Don't get deluded by comfortable lies. And 5's is fuck the police, I don't know.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. I'll be cheering you on from here.
Society is
You're on a
corrupt, and
roll.
we should seek to change it for the
That was
better
easy.
for the future generations, instead of using it as an excuse to continually perpetuate the cycle of instead of okay, yeah, it's essentially like let's make the world a better place for the next generation, so that way they won't grow up being as bitter as we are.
1 more to go.
Been a little while, but I'm still back. While you just no time for me, no time.
Like, people say, oh, 5 is about rebellion, and it's like, that's the incredibly watered down, and then you put ice in it, and then you forgot about it, so the ice melted, and it watered it down even more. Explanation for what 5's theme is. It's not
There
wrong,
are 3 enemies.
but
Be
it's
careful.
not accurate.
If you get into trouble, run. 1 more to go.
That's like saying the themes of Persona 3 is that you will die. No one would want to play a game if it was just about you knowing that you will die.
There are 2 enemies. Wow, you're all so powerful. Last one.
But yes, the music and the voice acting
was
do
easy.
stand out more than the bloody floors and dark lighting. I think it's just because of, like... The moment where... October 4th. The moment where, that happens... And then everything that happens after that, it's... I wouldn't say it beats you
There are
over the
2
head with
enemies.
it, because it's not as if those themes weren't present. It's just when the story really starts picking up, it's those moments of going, like, you could lose things. And it's just kind of how the way life is. Like Akihiko going, like, I never...
careful.
Ah! Why did you spawn on me?
No, you can't defeat it. Run! Providing support.
Never do that again! You scared me. I was talking about Persona. I lost my train of thought because he just appeared. I really like the message that 5 has, and I think it does have a really good balance of very somber and serious moments, while overall still being a really fun game. Like, it's fun and lighthearted when it needs to be, and serious when it needs to be. It juggles the two very well. the fact of like it wanting to explain that time ever moves forward, all things eventually come to an end. It's what you make. It's like, it's whether or not it's how you choose to live your life that makes the difference for each person. I think is really beautiful. I do really like it. You can't change your fate. The protagonist will become the Great Seal, but you are able, by choice, to have an impact on other people. 3, sorry, I didn't mean 5. I did not mean 5. No, not at all. 3's got a really good story. It's just, I understand that because of the fact that its main theme being death, it makes it a little hard for some people to get through the game. But I think it's a very important... Wow, okay, again. I think it's a really good, like, theme to go for. And that's why compared to 4, like, that's why compared to this, 4 is so much more lighthearted. Sometimes I feel like the humor is written at odd intervals, even at times, because it's literally like, haha, we're looking for your serial killer, woo! We're saving people from being kidnapped. Beach episode! And then 5 is just, I don't know.
A rare form!
I know what's up
Destroy
with
it!
5. It's just really hard to articulate. There's a lot of moving parts to 5.
A rare one! Don't let it get away!
And I understand where it's going for. That was only in
That was
Golden.
easy.
You were right, it was only in Golden. I don't know. I think 4 did a better job at, like... 4 did a better job of showing, like, how normal kids behave. Like, daily life felt more like you are just a high school kid than 3's did, but because of the theming of 3, I think that's kind of why. It's literally like, we are not normal, we know this, and it's just kind of like, they don't pretend to be. They do occasionally go through normal things and have normal high school level experiences. It's just because of the weight of the Dark Hour and how organized the force that sees is. It's... At times, I don't know if any character even knows nor remembers or has ever experienced normalcy. Or whatever that definition of it means to each person being different. Whether they would consider that. Like, the lives that they led before joining C's, in essence, at times, feels less normal than being in C's is. I do know that 5's plot has a lot going on. I explained this, I don't know if I want to say it on each one on stream, but the only thing that you need to, like, know about 5 is that this is the more enemies than usual. Yes! Okay. A lot of the interactions...
A rare form! Destroy it!
The people with palaces...
A rare one! Don't let it get away!
And this is the _1 reason why they have that disclaimer in Persona at the start of every Persona game, honestly. About how it's like any similarities to real people, deceased or otherwise, is purely coincidental. It's because they're talking about actual things that that happen to people. Like, every conflict is an actual thing that goes on in society, though, because of where the game was developed. Japan's society most of all. Not to be like, oh yeah, Japan is the only place like this. It's just because Atlus is a Japanese game company. They're drawing from what they know best, and that's their most local place. Japan. The types of things, like, the types of characters that exist. Kobayakawa, Kamoshida, Madarame, Futaba, Okumura. They're all based on actual, like, things, events that can take place, that do happen in the real world. And that's what they use as like a to get their message across, of that society is very not in a good place. And it can be applied on a global level, but at its roots, it is most synonymous with, you know, where the game came from. But it's not to say that that can't be applied elsewhere. And it's a system that is inadvertently designed to prey upon the weakest party. The weakest party often being children, because they can't defend themselves.
There are 2 enemies.
And that is the theme for Persona 5, which is a lot darker than reaching for the truth. There's just a bunch of other things that go on that kinda make that message really hard to focus on, and Royal just kind of throws that theme straight out the fucking window. I mean, it goes to say, oh, this is a possible solution, but it's such a fictional, improbable, nonsensical solution that it kind of just, like, completely defeats the purpose of, like, what the game's trying to explain.
There are 2 enemies.
So I ignore the movie arc, and we'll continue on with the theming for Persona 5. Is that society is not in the favor of young people. Stealing hearts wasn't realistic. And the game did try to explain that, of like this is only a temporary solution. This doesn't really help things in the long run. Which is the whole thing that Akechi was trying to get out of, oh, they ultimately cause more harm than good.
3 dazed enemies. This is our chance. One more
He worded it exactly like that.
That was easy.
In the exact tone of voice that I did. At least that's how I heard him say it, smile.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up.
And he wasn't necessarily wrong, it's just they chose the absolute worst character to say that. Of what the Phantom Thieves were doing was really only a temporary solution. A band-aid solution, essentially. It doesn't get rid of the fact that they can't reach everyone. And that you can't really fix something unless you go down into its core and change the intrinsic problem. A lot of it being perpetuated by young people growing up under the current pressures of society and becoming jaded and bitter about how they were treated, and then using their power that they now have as an adult to oppress to oppress the next generation, perpetually repeating this cycle of, well, my life was shitty as a kid, so your life should be shitty too. Or, I had it all and then I lost it all. Or, oh, I was really popular and then my student got more popular, so when she died, you get what I'm trying to say. It's literally just...
Front shot!
My life was unfortunate, or the pressures of maintaining a specific image got to me. And I took my anger out on a weaker party that could not properly defend themselves. And if anyone tries to stand up against me, I get them out of the picture. That's why they are palace rulers. It is a warped point of view of their corner that they control because they want to control it. They feel that need to control it.
I'll be cheering you on from here.
Yeah, Koromaru absolutely MVP that last fight. We were all charmed except for him. And then they, you know, they treat the people under them poorly, and then those people grow up and they find themselves in some variation of power that may not be the same as the person who oppressed them, but because of what happened to them, they feel the need to oppress the next generation of people.
You're all so powerful.
And the Phantom Thieves are supposed to be like, no, let's push back against that. And then the end game, as poorly written as it is, with Sae going, it's okay, we can handle it now. Is supposed to be a sign of her going,
there are 3 enemies.
You have done what you can, and that is impressive, and it helped us to see what is wrong with us. But it's not your problem to solve. You shouldn't be the ones to shoulder this burden. And it was supposed to be perceived as her taking the weight off of your shoulders of the world doesn't need the Phantom Thieves anymore because we will now take steps to better the future for kids like you. It's just all the stuff in between that, the theming of what they were going for, and its resolution, kind of makes some of it ring really hollow.
There are 2 enemies.
Striker's paradox.
I'll be cheering
yeah.
you on from here.
And then the greatest quote tweet of the century that I do not remember off the top of my head, but it was about like the unused dialogue post the fight where all the post the Akechi fight where all the Phantom Thieves are like, man, if we'd only met him sooner. Aw, he was a victim too. He was such a good guy.
You did it, Koromaru.
And the person quote tweeting it was like, he literally murdered dozens of people for his own revenge, and they still found a way to love him in the end. And then they commented in a reply to their own tweet of, all the quote tweets about this just prove that the best way to get away with anything is to just be hot.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. Man's best friend indeed. 1 more to go.
Tragic villain is not Akechi. And they tried to push it really hard. That was the case.
There are 2 enemies. Last one.
And I said it once and I'll say it again. Takaya is a more tragic villain than Akechi, and he is not nearly as complicated in his values of why he does anything. How am I doing with levels? 48, 47, and 47, which means Ken is the closest to leveling up. He will be level 48 in 3,500 EXP. They tried to make him likable and failed, yes. And then the anime tried to make him more likable by making him show up in at least every episode, and instead people memed on it.
I'll be cheering you on from here. Last
This is gonna take more than 3 streams. It is 100% gonna take more than 3 streams, maybe. I don't know. This is a greater EXP floor, I think.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
It may actually be faster to bring people one at a time. Because now that we're getting to a higher level, I think they're getting less than they were before. Like, now that everybody's almost level 50, they're not getting as much as they were before.
That was easy.
I can't say with certainty whether the amount that it's showing me is the amount that they're getting. Actually, wait. I can tell. I got, what, 130 or something? They're getting less. They're 100% not getting as much as they were before. I am going to change up my plans. This is not working. Now that they are level... I think it started about level 45, 46. They're getting the same amount that I am getting. So I need to make an executive decision and kick out 2 people. I think because Aegis is the closest, I will keep working on Aegis. So, get the fuck out. And you be a good boy and just wait a little bit, okay? Oh, you look so sad! Oh no! I'm gonna have to. I know. It'll be fine. How is Osei doing? Oh, he's about to level up. He doesn't have much more to go. I think it'll work until they're level 45. Okay, well, this is not what I was aiming for, but I'll still take it. That's the other thing. Some of my rare floors are floors where it's like, oh yeah, no enemies. Or rare enemies.
4 days and do it again. Now's the time. 1 more to go. Wow, you're also powerful. Efficiently executed.
Yeah. He's not like... He's not the worst character I've seen or come across, but for what they were trying to accomplish with him, they definitely didn't do a good job.
There are 3 enemies.
I don't know.
Be careful.
Again,
Do it again.
I don't think he's a tragic villain slash anti-hero, because some people do think he is an anti-hero. An anti-hero does not just murder people. That is not anti-hero. Who's worse?
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance.
Tartarus. And I mean it when I say any of his people,
Good luck, everyone.
they really want you to feel
One
bad
more
for
to
those
go.
guys in Berseria, and they are literally actively enslaving
Efficiently
and
executed.
pushing those, pushing to the brink of death and even successfully killing an entire race of people throughout the course of that game. They do not see the Malakim as anything more than objects to be used until they either die or turn into a dragon and then be killed. Same effect,
There are 2 enemies.
ultimately. And you're supposed to be like, oh yeah, no, I get where he's coming from. No! They are all terrible people! Tragic villain my ass. And that's why Berseria should not be ranked as highly as it is on the top 10, because it is literally like, oh yeah, no, the shepherd, and oh, he just wants what's best for people, and it's like, sure, treating
There are
an
4
entire
enemies.
species
Attack.
of living organism as a living battery.
I'll be cheering you do it again.
Definitely.
One more to go.
Yeah, okay, sure, whatever.
Efficiently execute.
I'm gonna take that story element and put it in the trash where it belongs. Yeah, but is his voice annoying? One of them's is. I only say Artorias
3
because
enemies.
I literally
They
cannot
all seem
remember the other
agitated.
guys' names.
Good luck, everyone. One more to go.
But yeah, there's a guy, there's a lady, there's her brother, and then there's an old man. And then there's the other guy, but that guy is actually kind of cool. He's the only one who gets a pass, but I still don't understand why he's part of the group.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
And he's only cool because he just did it so he could fight
One
strong
more to
people.
go. If you get into trouble, run.
I'm complaining about Berseria and how you're supposed to feel bad for Artorias and his members, even though they literally enslave and murder people on a daily basis. Hey, yeah, her name is Velvet. She is the main character for Berseria, yes.
There are 2 of them. Attack.
I would say that all of them are worse
Good
than
luck,
Mitchie.
everyone.
Because at least they did sort of try, they just failed. Like, literally the woman... No, she is not the lady I meant. I forget what her name... I'm gonna look her up. Teresa Linares, a woman who, as purported in the game, goes through Malakim on a nearly weekly basis. She doesn't give them names.
3
They,
enemies.
when
They
the
all
one
seem
that
agitated.
ultimately joins you
One more
and
to
goes by the
go.
name
If
of
you get into
Lafiset
trouble, run.
was known as number 1. And when we first met her, and how we actually acquired Lafiset as a party member, is that she told him to run up to, when he got grabbed by Velvet, she commanded him to blow himself up. And because he has no autonomy, he was just going to do that. Because he is brainwashed to not be a person.
There are 2 of them.
The spell that
Attack.
binds a Malakim to a human in that game completely erases their free
Efficiently
will.
Executed.
She literally told a person who looked like a 12-year-old boy, by the way, to blow himself up. Tragic villain. Yeah, no. I forgot what I was doing and accidentally went up the stairs. More enemies than usual. Nice.
A rare form.
Can't wait to
Destroy
get to
it.
Berseria. So I can actively complain about that.
The enemy is.
That the game actually tries to make you feel bad for a group of people who are literally the scum of the earth. Shit. Okay. Okay, I need to play this more carefully. They keep running away from me. I will give you partial credit.
Destroy it.
Voiced by L from Zillia 2. Dang. Yeah, her death is like what? It's literally what levels of anything. So her ship gets all the members on her ship as she heads towards this place die of a seaborne illness, and we save her because we feel pity. Because Laphicette's like, yeah, she used to be my master, but I feel bad for her, so let's give her the cure. And we're like, okay, whatever you say, Laphicette. And then she just kind of like walks around with us, and then there's some skits where she's like, yeah, and then she calls Laphicette number 1, and he's like, actually, my name is Laphicette, and she's just like, oh,
Be careful.
Laphicette, yeah, and this whole build-up, you're thinking, oh, we're gonna help her realize that what she's doing is wrong. Nope. We fight the, we get to the Therian that we're supposed to either kill or, like, go, hey, join us, and let's get out of here. Because that's what's going on in the plot right now. And she fuses with it? And is the boss fight, and we are forced to kill her. And then her brother shows up, sees us kill her, and gets pissed and uses what is considered a rudimentary form of armatization. Big reveal of the whole, oh yeah, what Soray's using was used by the people who were oppressing the, yeah, wow. That's probably why the Seraphs don't really like the Shepherd all that much.
There are 3
At least some of them.
Strike first. I'll be cheering you on from here. Do it
Red
again.
Zavid. And then we kill him and we're supposed to feel bad for both of them.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
You sure about that? Because I don't feel bad for them.
One more to go. Good luck, everyone.
I don't feel bad for them at all.
To go.
But she was Rollo's friend. Not Elle. Teresa. I don't feel bad for Teresa. I don't know where in any of what had I even just like explaining it out loud, I don't know where exactly you're supposed to feel bad for her.
There are 3 enemies. Do it again.
Or be like, oh man, if only. That doesn't even begin to go into what the ultimate plot of what those people were planning to do. Which is... remember how, like, the Malachim, when bound to humans in that group, lose their free will? They were going to awaken a god that would just remove everyone's free will, and that was their way to eternal peace. No one being able to make choices for themselves, even if those choices were bad. Ultimate utopia! And there's like an actual conversation of a boy going like, my mom, we don't have a lot of money, so my mom stole some bread from the bakery and they executed her for it, but it's okay because what she did was wrong. And it's like, the people who caused this to be a scenario feel bad for when they die? Oh, fuck no. They're terrible.
Good luck, everyone! Incredible! Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
Literally, the conversation is a little boy becoming an orphan because they were starving and him being nonplussed about it. That execution was a loaf of crap. You want to talk about the theming of a story getting muddy? Oh my god. Like,
There are 2 enemies.
okay. So, for Zestiria, which is the game that came first, but Berseria is a prequel to, the Shepherd is supposed to save the world from what is known as
One
the
more to
Lord
go.
of Calamity, a being that perpetuates this thing known as
Efficiently
malevolence, which turns animals, people, and objects into hellions, or demons, essentially. They turn them into monsters. It's really bad. The Shepherd uses his power to purify that. Super cool. In Berseria, you play as a Therian demon woman by the
There are
name
2
of
enemies.
Velvet, who breaks out of prison in order to seek a
Efficiently
personal revenge
executed.
plot against her master, Tartarus, for killing her little brother. Who, at this point, and by master, I mean
They all seem
teacher.
agitated.
He was also
One more to
engaged
go.
to their older
You're
sister,
all so
who
powerful.
died in a demon attack. But as you go through the story, Artorius is labeled as the Shepherd, who will save the people with the use of the Malachim, which in Zestiria are known as seraphs.
3 enemies.
And
They all
Malachim
seem
are not
agitated.
really seen as a group of people with a free will. They're not really treated like people. They're treated more like a tool or an object. And as Velvet goes around mucking up their plans by either killing or removing the other Therians from their spots that were supposed to feed Inominat,
There are
to
3
revive
of them.
him.
Strike first.
She starts being
One more
called
to
the
go.
Lord
Look,
of
everyone.
Calamity. Wow, can you see what Berseria's plot is about? So in Zestiria, the Lord of
There are 3
Calamity
enemies.
is a bad guy,
Be careful.
and the Shepherd is a good guy.
I'll be cheering
But
you
in
on from here.
Berseria, the Lord of Calamity, the first Lord of Calamity, is the good guy. They try to make her an anti-hero, but considering what I literally just described as what these people underneath what is known as, in that game, the Shepherd, are doing and what their plan is, anti-hero isn't really accurate. In fact, anti-hero is just false. Velvet is not an anti-hero. They try to say that she is,
3
but
enemies.
considering what
They all seem
Artorius is doing,
agitated.
she really isn't. She
Look,
really
everyone.
isn't.
Incredible.
She is a very violent hero, but she is not an anti-hero.
Efficiently executed.
Been a little while.
Literally, the only
There
thing
are
she
3
wants to do at the start of the game
enemies. Be
is kill a
careful.
guy for killing her kid brother.
Wow, you're all so
Incredible
powerful.
anti-hero behavior.
One
Meanwhile,
more to go.
the villain, who is supposed to be perceived as a good guy to the public, you know.
enemies. They all seem agitated. If you get into trouble,
And that's why I really don't like either of those
do it
games.
again.
And why them being in the top 10 is kind of really gross. Of that list. I don't agree with that list. Both of those games being ranked in the top 10 does not make sense to me, because those two are not very good games.
There are 2 enemies. Wow, you're all so powerful. 1 more to go.
It's fine, just make your own list.
Evasive action.
It would only be of the games that I've played.
All-out attack.
But yeah, no.
Fatal strike.
If there is any Tales of game that I would say definitively that I really don't like, it's probably my least favorite of anything that I've done. Zestiria and Berseria are down there. That list was only the games they played. Yeah, considering. Who puts 3 gacha
3
games
enemies.
in
They
their
all seem
top 20,
agitated.
top 19?
Wow, you're all so powerful. 1 more to go.
I just got messy? People who played them. You're not wrong. But yeah. I think I liked Zestiria the least out of any JRPG I have ever played to completion. Persona 5 has really rough spots.
Watch out. There
And
are
it's
4 enemies.
my least favorite Persona game, but it's not my least favorite JRPG. I
I'll be cheering you on
hold
from
little
here.
care for Zestiria. Very little care for Zestiria. I told you what the final boss was, though. It's boring and hard. Unnecessarily. The order that you use to fire the gun. Having to be incredibly careful, so that way you don't have to do that part again when it's just a 1v1. He doesn't need poison mist, does he? And then some dramatic-ass press X to stab after a slow walk to his throne that he sits in. Very dramatic. It's the only set piece in that game that I think is really cool. It's just everything that leads up to it is
I'll
just...
be cheering you on from here.
It's the same thing for Adam Cadmon, where you stand over him
Let
and
us commence with
you
an
get to shoot
all-out
the gun
fatal strike.
on your own command instead of it being a cutscene. Really cool. The entire Maruki arc of Royal, really not cool. And Maruki, like, the Maruki arc is literally just the fat that they trimmed when finalizing 5 that they decided to re-add because they just thought it was too cool to not continue to have removed.
There's 1 enemy. Good luck, everyone.
Root Letters, worst visual novel you've finished a significant ending for? Oh boy. Alright, sleep well, Day Nightfall. I hope my rant was something. I don't know. I just I want to talk about things, and sometimes those things are not always, but sometimes I just
3
need to
enemies.
complain about
They all
something.
seem agitated. 1 more to go. If you get
You
into
didn't like
trouble,
Collar X
run.
Malice, but the bad ending you got wasn't too lengthy. Can't think of RPG that's the worst you finished. I mean, it's understandable. It's just, I don't know. Zestiria was
There are 3
really
enemies.
bad.
Be careful. Incredible.
I kept like, here's how it was. I beat the game
You're also
because Fisk
powerful.
was like, I'm tired, it's really late, this is taking too long. And then I beat it while she was asleep, and I tried to wake her up, and she didn't wake up. And I didn't want to keep trying to wake her up, so I just finished the game. But I stagger saved, so that way there was still a save before the boss fight. And I asked her the next day, hey, I beat the game. Do you wanna see it? Because I still have a save before? And she said, no, just tell me what happens. If you really want to. That is how done she was with that game. She did not care. Fisk knows what's
Be
up.
careful. I sent.
She was just like, no, I don't care enough to see it. And this is coming from the person who... This is coming from the person who, before playing the other Personas, liked 5 so much she beat it in 3 days.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up.
She knew what was wrong with it and had a lot of critiques to give about it, many of which I have also already spoken of
2 enemies
aloud.
left.
But at the time,
Persona!
she did like 5, enough to play it
Enemies
through
off
that
balance.
quickly.
Commence with an all-out fatal strike.
That's how bad Susteria was. She played through Persona 5. And now having played the other Personas are like, wow. Oh no. And then when she tried to play Royal, could not finish
There are
it.
2 of them. Attack!
She like put it down
That's it.
when we
Enemy
got
is
to...
down.
When Maruki talks to
summon you.
Futaba about the morphogenetic field theory, I think that was the
defeated. Let
last
us
time she
commence with
played
an
it.
all-out
After
fatal
that, where
strike.
she was like, oh. The motivation kind of died a little. Like, she played it once all the way through, and then the second time she was like, But Susteria, no. She stopped
There are 2
playing.
enemies.
I
summon you.
And the only time she picked up a controller again
The enemy
was
is
when we
down.
cheesed the
Commence
Dark
with an
Turtles
all-out
optional
attack.
boss fight.
Fatal strike.
And then the final boss took me a little too long to beat. So she fell asleep. And then I told her the next day, I beat it while you were asleep. Do you want to see me do it again? And she said no. I literally do not care. And I said, fair enough.
There are 2 of them.
And I
they're
haven't
shook
played
up.
that game since.
The enemy's off balance. Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
It's still bad with better weapons. Oh my god, Susteria is bad. Every time. Every time. Every time! But I've
There are
never
2 of
actually
them, and
properly
they're
followed it
Persona.
up with what I didn't like about Berseria, so it's like, oh, yeah, here we go.
That's it. The enemy commence with an
Oh yeah, it is
all-out
9 p.m.
fatal strike.
Valen Birds, Valen Birds! Did you hear your name? Valen Birds. He stood up. Let me grab the coin! It didn't move at all. Amazing. Grab the chest. Anything else? Let me get over to where I am at over here. Oh, it's just the stairs. Okay. And I'll reload the game when I get back. I'm level 55. That's not bad. But yeah, enough about Zestiria and Berseria and Persona 5. 3 games that have many things that I find disappointing and sad. But at least I like certain aspects of all 3 of them. It's just some more than others, and some to the point where I'm willing to replay them, whereas others Ooh, we'll see if Zestiria and Berseria make me feel the way I did when I got near the end of Royal. We shall see. I've never felt... I'll admit, I never felt more like, am I even gonna finish this game, or should I just say fuck it and not? Than where I was at in Royal. But yes, I will take a break. Use this as an opportunity to take a break. And I'll play some ads in the meantime, and when I get back, we will resume. And hopefully I guess at least... Oh, it's only been almost 4 hours, so I still have another 2 hours. I could probably get either Ken or Koromaru to level 50 before wrapping up. But yes, I'll be back in a little bit.
Stand, smile and move. Wonder how look in your eyes. Just dialing your mind out. Fading to place the last two. Right in the how it moves reaches us. If you hold me tight, feeling happy so close. Will this last long? I will.
I am here. I return. Once again. Ah. Whew. Ah. My throat is like, so that rant that you did? So that rant that you did, don't do that. Stop. I was like, okay. No promises. But I'll try my best. The best part about a break for everyone is that when I take one, I either lose my train of thought, forget what I was talking about, or don't really know how to resume what I was talking about before the break started. So the conversation does not continue when I return. Yeah, we talked about Tales of Sore Throat, yeah. I talked about Berseria and Zestiria. Because we were talking about the worst bits of Persona 5. And Jumpy asked me, when I said I've seen worse characters that a game expects you to like despite being terrible. And Jumpy asked me who. And I'll admit, it did take me a while, but then I remembered that the reason why I couldn't remember was because I really don't remember many of the details of Berseria, because I don't like thinking about the things that I don't like about Berseria. Don't pin this on me. Well, you were the one who asked, so I'm just stating it how it was. I'm not blaming you for the rant. I needed to rant about it. You asked who, not why. You did ask who, and then I gave the why of my own volition.
There are two of them, and they're shook up.
But,
Two enemies left.
I talked for a very long time about the things that I didn't like about
You found the enemies. Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
Berseria. After, and Zestiria in some places as well. About how they tried to portray, oh wait, I've never fused Hanuman, I want Hanuman. How they tried to make you feel bad for the antagonists of this game. Despite the antagonists literally being the worst. And I talked about that for a while. Summary of rant is still rant.
There are two enemies. Quetzalcoatl! Keep it up. Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
And, I think I talked about it for over an hour.
There are two of them, and they're shook up. Summon you. That's it. The enemy. Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
You feel like there's an enemy in some game that does animations like I guess? Now I'm curious.
There are 2 enemies. I summon you. Keep it up. Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
Fast while you just prattling. No time for me, no tangling.
I'm gonna take the money. Though grabbing Hahnemann made me realize I need to fuse stuff. I think of the personas that I want to work on. I want to keep Saki Mitsuma because I want the skill card for Mediorama. Not that Taishi is strong, but he may not be strong anymore. And Dionysus I made very recently. I think I'm still gonna end up keeping Dionysus. Unless he fuses something that's like almost exactly level 55. That is way cooler and stronger and I'm willing to sacrifice him for.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up.
The rest are all personas that I've just picked
Away,
up.
let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
Either way, my deck is full and I need more space. I need to make some room.
No tangling.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up. Persona! You found the enemy's Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
With no angling.
Yes. That is everything on this floor. I guess is nearly there though. Definitely got faster when I kicked the other 2 out. Problem is I do have to do the 1 at a time thing. I think when they're about level 45. I did not talk about it for an hour then. It felt like an hour though. That's still like 25 minutes, half an hour about. Felt like an hour. You didn't think it was that long? Maybe my throat makes me think, oh, this is half an hour.
There are 4 enemies. Attack!
Oh, this is so an hour.
So powerful.
I could certainly
2
talk about it for an
remaining.
hour, but I won't. That would involve me telling you the entire thing of the game, and I don't even want to do that.
Efficiently executed.
No time for me, no tangling.
Not even I want to do that. Ooh. Oh. Whee. Enemies are all very powerful, I guess. Are you prepared?
There are 2 enemies. 2 enemies left. I summon you.
Probably should have started with Koromaru because he does the least amount of damage and has the lowest defense at the moment.
Strike.
But I guess it was closer. I'll do Koromaru next. Even though the next in line, just based on when they get to level 50 soonest, is Ken. He was so sad. He was so sad. Okay.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up. Quetzalcoatl!
Do his leveling last so you don't have to
down.
disappoint him again by removing
with an
him.
all-out fatal strike.
You're right. I don't want him to be sad.
There are 2 of them. I summon you. You found the enemy's weak. Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
Or just bring him along for everyone's. It would make theirs take longer. But that's... Walking the dog. Taking the dog for a walk, bringing everybody along. Bees
There are
level
2 enemies.
62, Koromaru level 59, everyone else level 50.
Keep it up! Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
Oh my god. I leveled up from that. To the surprise of no one. So did I, yes. Yeah, I mean, worst RPG,
There are 2 enemies.
but you didn't finish it. There are quite a few. If you... Because that's the thing, I'm not like a majority of people where it's like, oh, this game sucks. Stops playing it. It's just, this is terrible. I want to be done with it. Finishes it. So glad I'm done with it.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up. That's it. The enemy commenced
So
with
I
an
wonder if
all-out
Star
attack.
Ocean 5 is the
Fatal
worst
strike.
RPG I've played. That was also one that I finished, and I don't want to replay it ever again. Because it was just so nothing. Like, I'm not super passionate about it because I'm not a huge Star Ocean fan. That's the first Star Ocean game I've played, and I've still yet to play the others, which is probably a really scary thing to say to people in a space where other people have definitely played other Star Ocean games, and are probably mortified that I have only played 5. I don't really want to replay it because it's just, like, nothing. It's boring. There's nothing to it. It's boring. That's all I have to say about it. I have nothing to say. It's just boring. So maybe that one's actually the worst, just because I literally can't think of anything good or bad to say about it. It's just nothing. Alright, well then next up we're gonna bring Ken. Then we'll bring... Anemnis. Yeah, 4 is the only one of them that I can play with the hardware that I have. Do we bring Ken or do we go down the line but then skip Koromaru so he's best for last? 2 is getting remade. Oh, I did not know this. Or maybe I did and just wasn't paying attention. Hmm. I did say 45. Is when I'll bring a whole group of people and then we'll cut it off at like 45. Because that's when they stop earning significant amounts of EXP. That's when it tapers off and we're too high of a level, so we gotta go solo. Or 2. So I guess I'll grab... Man, with the way that I've done this, I could bring Komaru. One of these guys. Junpei is... Alright, Mitsuru Akihiko, maybe?
Alright.
November. Ooh, that's pretty close. And by close, I mean that's within this year? Dang. I didn't mean to leave. No, wait. Considering my level, I should try. I have no idea who Belarus is. Dang, Bishamonten at 60. Oh yeah, I still need to work on Samael. That's what I need to do besides Osei. I'll just make Kingu. Or Narasimha. Have I fused a Narasimha before? Do I have him in my... I probably don't. Power charge at 50. Power charge at 50. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, Clotho, Rangda. Taiwan with Natataishi. Yoxini with Quetzalcoatl, which I have not fused to Yoxini yet. I have not fused to Titania yet. And Ubelorus with Simha. What is Quetzalcoatl? He's gonna learn Wind. He's already given me what I want. Yaxani's not going to learn Wind. Do I have any other persona with Wind? Oh, I think I do. Dionysus. No, he uses Zionga. Shit. Shit. Can you get Wind? I don't think you can. You don't want it. Titania would be Wind, but I want Cool Breeze off of Osei. What? I'll make a Kaiwan. I barely. Oh yeah! You did, in fact, finish that game. I have no idea what he's... I think it was Spirit Drain. Okay. Maxini. I... Virtue Suzaku? Does Suzaku want to learn Wind? Probably not. Doesn't look like it. Nope. Rome. Can learn Garu. Okay. Can I get Magarula and Gardine? And Growth, I guess? Or Invigorate. Invigorate might be better. Oh shit. Well, other than Counter-Strike, that'd be pretty good. Oh yeah, Spirit Drain. Ooh, Spirit Drain. Spirit Drain and one of the Garus. Fine. I don't need this one to have Spirit Drain. It has Gardine and Invig 2, so it's fine. Hello, Furry Metal Ferret. Yeah, Gardine and Invig 2 is fine. He does not need Recarb, though. My goodness. Does Saki need some? Oh no, I want Mediarama. Komokuten. Okutosei-kun. Wow. I've not made Komokuten. I should. But I have made some space. Oh yeah, they're all in their swimsuits. Cashing in on Fez stream nostalgia. It's a cheap ploy. on. There we go. Ah! Increased drop rate. We can use that. If, of course, they would let me hit them.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. Wow, you're all so powerful. Do it again.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
I really don't like your swimsuit. I'm not. You're okay. We saw it, guys. I'm getting him out of that. I don't like it. It has better defense. Don't care. Winter clothes.
Enemies. They all seem agitated. I'll be cheering you
You've
on from
improved.
here.
Well done.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up. Good luck, everyone! One more! Three enemies. They all seem agitated. If you get into trouble,
Well done.
run!
Well done.
Alright.
Three enemies. They all seem agitated. Good luck, everyone!
That's the last one.
That was easy.
Pretty decently sized floor. Unfortunately, this is not an EXP floor. This is a gem getting floor.
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance.
Now's our
If you
chance.
get into trouble, run! One more!
My foot is falling asleep. I will change how I am seated. Sitting. I combined seated and sitting.
There are
Right,
two
because they
enemies.
participated in the full moon fight. It makes
I'll
sense
be
that they'd be
cheering you
leveling
on
up
from
before Akihiko.
You're pretty good too, Ty.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack! Let me at him!
Now I'm... how I'm excited. The loaf stretch has occurred. Where Val just flops down and then stretches out his legs, but otherwise doesn't do much else.
There are two enemies.
The comfy
Wow,
stretch, the
you're
laying
also
while
powerful.
stretch. Stretching
That's the
while
last
laying.
one.
And then my shoulder pops. And as always, it's right in the mic. So who knows if that got picked up. Every time I crack anything, I always subconsciously do it right in front of me, which is where the mic is, and I do it, like, right in the mic.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. Wow, you're
Well
also
done.
powerful. Just one more.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
You didn't notice, and you never go back to check. Sometimes sometimes they're pretty noticeable. But other times it's like... only I notice because I feel
There are
it.
2 of them, and they're shook up.
Oh, you know what I can do? Yukari is in the team. Or I can crit.
Take one enemy
I could
left.
also do that.
One more. I'll be cheering you on from here.
I could start perhaps maybe doing that instead of wasting my SP. More malachite, and I think I'm capped on garnets too, so it's like, oh.
There are 2 enemies. Wow, you're also powerful. I can do it.
Oh wow, she has Magaru.
There's 1 enemy Here's left. Our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him. There's 1 enemy. If you get into trouble, run!
Shit, I lost track of it because I was. Oh, hey. I was looking over at OBS and then I looked back after I had clicked the button to make it start moving when I should have just kept looking at the OBS stream preview so that way I wouldn't lose track of it. But it ended up alright in the end, so it doesn't matter.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. If you get into trouble, run!
That's the last one.
Been a little while, but I'm still battling, moving fast while you just pedaling. No time, tackling, hit you in the spot with no angling.
You should always just pretend that what you got was what you wanted. I'll try that for whenever. Now, perhaps even into tomorrow as well. Forever.
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance.
Oh, I forgot to register him. I should register him.
But I'm still battling, moving fast while you just pedaling. No time for me, no tangling, hit you in the spot
Dang.
with no angling.
Honestly, I'll keep track of Osei. When he gets close,
There are 3
I'll stop
enemies.
using him.
Don't leave the job unfinished.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
73. What a nothing number.
There are 2 enemies.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
I found a loop. Yes.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. Just one more.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
Akihiko's plan was to wear his winter clothes. I'm glad.
Watch out. There are 4 enemies.
You seem to have caught it off guard.
That's the last one!
If you get into trouble, run. There are 3 enemies.
You've improved.
Be careful.
That's the last one!
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up.
$20,000. It's gonna be a little while. Well, maybe I shouldn't register Osei.
There are 3 enemies.
Alright,
Do I need Cool Breeze on?
If you get into trouble, run.
It'd be good to have in case I do want to put Cool Breeze on more than one thing.
Now's your chance!
we did it.
There are 2 enemies.
The enemy's down.
Nice.
Let's finish. You'll fall by my hand.
Been a little rough, but I'm still battling, moving fast.
Three enemies. They all seem agitated.
Don't leave the job unfinished. This appears to be just the beginning.
And goodbye, Dia. Yes? Yep. Mazionga. Can't see, but does Polydeuces only have, like, does Polydeuces not have 5 fingers on his tiny hand? I know he has little hands and feet.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
His proportions are weird.
Don't leave the job unfinished. The shadows are getting stronger as well.
There are 2 enemies. One more! Wow! You're all so powerful!
There we go. I think it's lying to me. Yeah, they're lying to me. They're like, oh, you haven't practiced yet today. And I'm like, pretty sure I have. I just checked to make sure. Yeah, the little fire symbol next to my streak is lit up. I definitely did. Language app on my phone. It sends me push notifications to remind me to do stuff when it's almost midnight. But I was like, oh, you haven't extended your 133-day streak yet. And I'm like, I think you're wrong on that. I think I have, but I'll check to be absolutely sure.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. Fight hard.
Last one. Don't let your guard down. The shadows are getting stronger as well.
That's 5, unless only one of them has a shadow. Yeah, no, that's... Polyjuice does, in fact, have 5 fingers. 4 fingers and a thumb. It's a very tiny hand. It doesn't change the fact that it's a very... disproportionately tiny hand.
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance. Just one more.
We did it.
I know I have that Persona tier list. Those... The designs from 3, some of their Personas just don't look very good. Caster and Polyjuice look so fucking weird.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up.
That's the last one.
The enemy's down. Let's finish this. You'll fall by my hand.
You think I started... okay, good. I got the loop back. Nice. No, get back here! The less time I spend walking around, the less opportunities the Reaper has to show up.
Here's our chance.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
Reaper. We can try fighting the Reaper.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
Please, hang in there.
Actually?
Akihiko-senpai is in trouble!
Neko Shogun is stronger, as am I.
There are 2 enemies. Just one more.
But can my team, along with me, survive? Like, if I live, great. But can I use that to my advantage? And farm the Reaper. This early in the game?
Watch out. There
Now's
are
our
4
chance.
enemies. Just one more. Wow. You're all so powerful. Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
But I'm still battling, with no angling.
I would be so sad. I'd be like, what's it?
3 days enemies.
All right,
This
good
is our
job.
chance.
That's the last one.
This appears to be just the beginning.
Like, I get it. Yoshitsune absolutely does indeed trivialize the Reaper, but I'd have to wait until I can make the guy. And then I'd have to
3
wait until he
enemies.
gets
They also
Hasotobi.
agitated. Go, Akihiko.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance. Just one more. That was easy.
Gotcha. Don't run.
A rare form. Destroy
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
Because I don't think the Reaper drops anything significant. I think he drops something you can sell,
3 dazed enemies.
but the way to
This
get
is our
everyone's
chance.
best
one more.
weapons is from Monad, and the best way to
This
get
appears to be
everyone's
just
best
the beginning.
armor is through Messiah Hard Item. Which, oh boy, that's gonna be a fun grind.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up. Nice.
And the best part is if I want him to maintain that hard item so I can get everybody's best armor in a New Game Plus scenario,
Be careful. I sense death.
I'd have to get... the one with all the shit I need for
You've improved.
Luck, everyone.
That's the
Theo
last one.
to also have a hard item. By the way, that would be, I already don't like that idea. And then register it before he gets to level 99. Or whatever level he learns his last skill. Do I want to do that? I don't know if I want to do that. Fuka's going to level up next. I mean, I could do that. I don't know if I want to do that. There's more enemies here than usual. Do I want to attempt the Reaper on a floor like this?
Destroy it.
We'll see.
The
How many
enemy
do I
escaped.
manage to kill?
That was close.
If I manage to kill any of them, I won't fight the Reaper here. Well, a certain number.
A rare form.
But if
Destroy
they all,
it.
like, get away... I mean, I could just get another floor like this.
Wow, you're all so powerful.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the thing!
A rare form. Destroy it.
You have iframes where nothing can see you for the first handful of seconds when you get out of a fight. I remember. Yes, this is how I did it. This is how it worked in Fez. Don't open the or there's nothing nearby me, so. If you successfully get into a fight with one, just book it to another. And you'll probably be able to smack it
Form. Destroy it.
before it realizes you're right there. Unfortunately, things are too far from me. But yes, we will wait here. Yeah. Invisibility frames. I guess that would be considered it technically.
I have a feeling
That death
is
is near. Don't worry, Fuka. We want this. So long as he doesn't spawn in this room. Oh no, he's already here. Oh, there he is. How you doing, bud? Got him.
No, you can't defeat it. Run! I summon you.
Ooh, good start. Immediately using insta-kills. Dick.
I summon thee.
Such persistence.
Only one enemy left.
Let's go!
Huh? Mitsuru Senpai is unconscious. Hang in there. Huh?
Oh god, I'm weak to wind. Why would you do this to me, Reaper? I will. That's the only thing. Neko Shogun has a weakness. Despite the high stats.
There are two of them,
Win.
and they're shook up. Just one more. I'll be
His
cheering you
weakness
on
is
from
just
here.
too
The enemy's
lucky.
down. Let's finish this. You'll fall by
But
my
again-
hand.
Resist win skill card, and he won't. I just need, of course, to find the persona that gives me that. Oh wait, there was a shadow in here. No treasure, though, just a shadow.
Watch out! There are 4 enemies.
Nice, Akihiko.
If you get into trouble, run! Four enemies! They seem rattled!
Just 2 more to go!
If you get into trouble, run!
Alright, good job!
And this is unfortunately an increased drop. An increased drop chance. Floor.
3 enemies! One more! Seem agitated.
That's the last one!
So they're not getting any extra from this.
There are 2 enemies.
That's the last one!
This appears to be just the beginning.
Three dazed enemies.
Well done.
This is our chance.
That's the last one!
Ha! I can actually cut you off
A
when it's
rare
that
form.
room.
Destroy it.
It doesn't change the fact that you run on your
The
second turn, but...
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance. Now's your
And
chance.
full HP, Yukari has only 267. You wasted Shadow's time. That's a small victory.
4 enemies.
Well
they
done.
seem rattled. 2 to go.
That's the last one!
If you get into trouble, run. There are 4 enemies! Attack!
Here's our chance. That's the last one.
Wow! You're all so powerful!
Guess I can take 5 of cups. Get some amethysts. Gonna have so many gems to trade.
There are 3 enemies!
All right, good
Be
job.
careful. Just one more!
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
I got 100 from that at least. How much are you guys getting? I did say like 45, but if it feels like they're not really getting that much, I may stop them at like 40 or so. We got to 47 and 48 before I was like, they're not really, they're getting the same amount I'm getting. And it was time to shrink the size of the party.
There are 3 enemies! Be careful! Now's your chance! That was easy! Watch out! There are 4 enemies!
All right, good job.
You're
That's
all
the
so
last
powerful!
one.
There are 2 of them! Just one more!
This appears to be just the beginning.
Oh, no. Akiko is definitely getting, he's still getting a lot. I think I fought 2 things and he was at a little over 1,000, and now he has only 100.
There are 2 of them! Just one more!
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
Or maybe not. But, is it already? Or did that just not give a lot of EXP for anyone?
3 enemies!
Well
They
done.
Down
all
to
seem
210.
Well done.
If you get into trouble, run!
I know he gets more along with me. This is not just a me benefit. This is my party benefit. I got 226. He did level up. So who's the next to level up? Because I need to watch you pretty closely. Mitsuru and Yukari, essentially. They're within 100 EXP of each other. So if one levels up, the other is also going to level up. Mitsuru is closer, though.
There are 2 enemies!
That's the last one.
Wow! Here's our chance for an all-out attack! Let me at him!
No tangling, hit you with fire with no angling.
They definitely got more than 66. So that's good.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up! One more!
I fell.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
There are the enemy's weakness is electricity.
Okay, so they're level 33. If I'm to believe how it works for Persona, it's once we're 10 levels higher than the strongest, like, than the level of the thing. I don't think it goes lower.
Good luck, everyone.
I have not. I have not
Amazing,
set up a
Senpai.
party like that.
This appears to be just the beginning.
Last time there was a group of only the girls. It was a full moon mission, so she didn't say anything. She only was talking about the mission.
Four enemy. It's weak. The enemy's weakness is electricity. There are
So,
four enemies
that thing's
left.
level 34.
Good luck, everyone. Just one more.
Okay, everything's going according
What's
to
the
plan.
level of the purple shadow? I bet I could find it in my glossary. Not my glossary, my... Or maybe it isn't in my glossary. Nope, yeah, no, this is just... Oh, so a piece of dialogue that didn't change. They didn't bother to edit.
Four enemies. They seem rattled.
Amazing as always.
Just one more.
If she says the same thing as,
That was easy.
if she says the same thing to me, then that's another piece of dialogue. You say that, but we've already seen dialogue that they didn't.
There are three enemies. Be careful.
When Yukari asks
the
us what we
last
think of
one.
Mitsuru,
If you get into
if we
trouble,
reply
run.
enthusiastically, she says, ew, not like that, which is the exact same thing she says in response if you're the guy protagonist. But who knows? Maybe they did change it.
This
Well
is our
done.
chance. Just one more.
But knowing that they... Something about Junpei? Oh, okay. So it is different. They bothered to change that, but not the plot element of Yukari going, what do you think of Mitsuru? And it's like, well, I think she's pretty great. Or she's really cool or something, I don't know. Something, it got translated as she thought that we were like, oh yeah, she's...
There are three
We
of
like
them.
her.
Strike first.
And no
That's the last
response.
one.
If you
It's the
get into
same.
trouble, run.
I see. Well, should that happen again and it's not a full moon operation, I'll try my best to remember. To talk to Igus about that. I may forget though. I'm not allowed to say nice things.
There are three enemies. Be careful.
Yeah, she's like, ew, compliments.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
You're all so
How
powerful.
dare you compliment Mitsuru? It's like, oh, do you want me to compliment you? No, I just hate compliments. Even if they're not aimed towards me. Okay, Yukari. Same thing happened with Fuka. Yeah, it did. That was another one where she was just like,
There are three enemies. One more. Careful.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
I've been waiting
she had
for
a
this.
very boys type of response, but
Okay,
we're
now.
Beezy, not ZB. I guess they didn't really know how to change it. It's not like it's voice acted though, so it's not that difficult to change.
There are 3 enemies. Nice. Be careful.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
There are 2 of them.
That's
Attack.
the last one. We did it.
That's the only thing. You just break the game. Free coins.
Three enemies. They all seem agitated.
You've done it.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
It's not even trivia, it's just, oh, by the way.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up. Do it again.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
Okay, we're getting there. Okay. So if it's once they're 10 levels higher, then other than the strong shadows, it's really around the 43-44 mark. I don't think the strongest shadow that's not a red shadow is 35. I'd have to see. I mean, there are those little guy shadows that contain the Minotaur and the, Jotun.
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
And I want to get 7 levels above that, yeah.
Last one. Don't let your guard
So,
down.
I'll be cheering you on.
the
from
level
here.
in which I should split them up and work on them
I've been waiting
individually
for
is
this.
probably actually 44, not, 45. Like, I could try to push them to 45, but really I should be aiming for 43, 44. Because give or take, most things are about level 33, with a few being level 34.
Be careful.
I sense death! I don't know where he is, though. Like, I think
There are 3.
these arms
It's
are
weak
her.
against-
Nope, that's level 33. What about you?
It's weak
You're
against.
level 32.
There are 3 enemies left.
Okay. So only the drives so far are level
Just
34.
one more.
Okay, everything's going according
No,
to...
I'm not. I'm quoting you. Oh, he is over here. Can I outmaneuver? I can. I have a room of stairs right here. Just have to make sure that he goes a certain way on them.
Watch out. There are 4 enemies.
more to go.
I'll be cheering
No,
you
just
on
telling
from
you
here.
to change it up every once in a
Just
while.
one more.
This appears to be just the beginning.
Hmm. Yeah, want power charge. Ah, normal floor. It sounds like there's a mathematical science to playing Persona 1. At the same time, I don't know. The enemies are all very powerful. Let's fucking go. I need to know what level you guys are anyway.
There are two of
What
them,
is
and they're
your
Shadek.
level?
The enemy's weak against wind.
40. And that's why we like this floor. Because that means that we start getting less EXP from these guys once we're level 50.
2 enemies left.
I don't think there's an increase in EXP gained if you're a significantly lower level, though.
If you get into trouble, run.
You seem to have caught it off guard.
I forgot that you have Garu.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
Forcing my hand.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up. Take great choice.
All right, good job.
Enemy defeated.
That's the last one.
Only 1 enemy left.
I've been waiting for
Oh, okay.
this.
Cool.
Okay, now.
There are 2 enemies.
Yeah, they definitely changed how this
Wow,
works.
you're all so powerful.
You've done it. Such persistence.
Yukari-chan is seriously hurt. I can do it. Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
They definitely changed how shadow aggression works in this game from Fez. We know how Fez worked. It was they were afraid of you if your persona was a significantly higher level than they were. It did not matter to them that I was level 99. What mattered was that I had a persona equipped that was level 99.
There are 2 enemies. Two enemies left.
But in this game,
Persona.
they've changed it to where their aggression, whether or not they want to fight,
Here's our chance for an all-out attack.
is determined
Let me
based
at
on
him.
the average level of my party. Yeah. So they were afraid of me and Aegis, because Aegis was level 45, 46. 47, actually, yeah. 47, 48. Our average level was a lot higher than theirs.
There are 2 enemies.
But as it stands, because of everybody else not really being level 40 or just getting to level 40, my average level is now lower and these guys want to fight.
Wow, you're all so powerful.
I failed to
2
finish it
enemies
off.
left. Persona!
Before, they could only sense their own kind.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
Hello, Neko Shogun! Welcome to level 44! Ooh, there's a lot of paths I haven't taken yet.
There are 2 enemies. Agility down. Please be careful. Help me.
Yes, he has! He has leveled up a lot.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack.
That
Let me
is
at
the
him.
power of Growth 3. I also have a feeling that Persona's levels are not impacted by how much EXP they gain. We may see a change in that, but as far as what I've managed to observe, I think their amount of EXP has nothing to do with what level of Shadow we fought. I think they just get an amount.
There are 2 enemies. I'll be cheering you on from here. 2 enemies left.
Oh no, ah shit, it was Yukari. Fuck.
If you get into trouble, run.
There we go.
Help me. Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
No! Well, hi, Hanuman. I mean... That's... I thought you were gonna say fusion, but I suppose that was a little too obvious. Persona is a spin-off of Shin Megami Tensei, so it's kind of like... The fun fact kind of is more common knowledge, but... I get where you're coming from of, like, it is interesting that 2 different series have the same mechanics. But yeah, Shadows and Demons are technically different. And Personas. They are all uniquely their own entities, and they behave differently according to the game that they're from. What was I doing? Oh yeah. There's still more floor. Please don't show up, Reaper.
There are 2 enemies.
I've been crit! They can't all attack without me, no!
Excellent attack.
I at least kill one of them.
Persona! Yukari-chan defeated an enemy. Just one more. Do it again. Please, hang in there.
I shouldn't have done that, but it's okay. Money. I should have just looked away. 4 is not worth it. 4 doesn't make enough of a difference. Yeah. They're all their own
two
things,
enemies.
but they all are part of the same overarching
I'll be cheering you on from here.
lore. Different timelines and stuff.
Persona! Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
Persona as a series is just a small part of a greater whole. But that greater whole is incredibly hard to follow because there's different interpretations about when certain things happen and whether it's its own timeline or just further in the future or further in the past. The greater whole. The greater... I don't know. Anything. Look at him go. He's gonna cap his strength out on his own. Look at him go. He's doing his best. Honestly? I mean, I needed the 99 luck. It's benefiting me now, but I wonder what his stats would be at naturally at, level 99. Because I could have just given him growth 3 and been like, alright. Put my hands behind my head and watch. But now it's like, his stats are kind of... It was a Hot Fuzz Greater Good reference gone awry when you made a typo and didn't want to fix it. The digital double storybooks are connected, but eventually felt like the author wanted to stop writing the novels. Increased drop rate. Hey, it's alright though. Everybody's still the level where they're
There are 3
gonna get a
enemies.
normal amount of
Be
EXP
careful.
from these dudes. I should throw Samael into the mix. He's getting a little behind.
There are 3
And I don't
enemies left.
want to fuse him away until I get what I want
Don't leave
from
the
him.
job unfinished.
He's the Megiddo
This
skill
appears
card,
to be
I think.
just the beginning.
Decent sized floor, too. Not huge, but not
3
tiny
enemies.
either.
They all seem agitated. Nice!
This appears to be just the beginning.
There are 4 enemies.
You've improved.
Attack!
Just 2 more to go!
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
Yeah, it's messy. You definitely don't need to play any other series in order to understand what, you know, what is
Watch
all
out.
about
There are
another.
4
Like, you don't need
enemies.
to
Alright,
play
good
Shin
job.
Megami Tensei to know
You've been
Persona.
Cheering you on from here.
If might help, if you can play it. But it's still not necessary.
That was easy.
You can definitely enjoy any Persona game, no matter which one you play, without knowledge of what happened in the prior ones. Because other than some references here and there,
3 seem agitated. Nice!
This appears to be just the beginning.
Yeah, it's just like... It's not needed. There we go. Somebody stopped making sounds while walking.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up.
That's the last one.
That was easy.
Get back here.
There are 3 enemies.
You've improved.
Be careful.
That's the last one.
There are 2 of them, and they're
That's the
shook up.
last one.
This appears to be
They're
just the
secretly
beginning.
the same person. I'd imagine no, but... Considering that Tanaka seems to be incapable of aging... like, him not having a major change in appearance doesn't really mean much between 3 and 4, but by the time 5 rolls around, where you know
There
it's
are 3 of
supposed to
them.
be like
Strike first.
2015, 2016,
That's the last one.
it is weird that he does look the same. Then again, he does have a lot of money. Shit. The other 2 got stuck. Okay. They stopped moving.
There are 3 enemies.
Well done.
Be careful. Just 1 more. There's 1 enemy. Attack. There are 2
These are the
enemies.
guys, right?
It's
Yeah, they're level 34.
Good luck, everyone.
Oh yeah! Samael has counter.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
Oh no.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
I mean, by the law of Atlus, unless they specifically say something is non-canon, and they have the right to say, you know what, never mind,
There
it
are
is.
3 of them. Strike first.
Wouldn't be surprised if that extended to the manga.
you get into trouble, run! That was a close one.
It doesn't help that I think literally every Persona game that has come out has a manga for it now. Did you know that there is a Persona 3 manga? You could probably guess that there is. Did you know there's a Persona 4 manga? Yeah, you probably did. Did you know there's a Persona 5 manga? Yep. Did you know that there's a Persona Q manga? For both Side 3 and Side 4. There's a portable manga.
3 days.
Specifically for
This is
Persona
our
3
chance.
portable.
That's the last one.
Persona 2 just gets no love. Even Persona 1,
This appears to be
sometimes
just
it
the
feels like
beginning.
they give them just a little more love than Persona 2. And Persona 1 still needs more love than the amount that it gets. I hope all the mangas are portable!
There are 2 enemies.
I see what you did there.
Good luck, everyone. Help me! There's 1 enemy Here's left. Our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
Every single protagonist except for Maya and Tatsuya have 2 names. Some of them have 3. I don't know why. It's just sometimes it's be like, oh yeah, this is its canon, their canon name. It's totally Seda Soji. It's like, nope, it's Narukami Yu. And then everyone now, even to this day, still are like, I like Soji more than you, so I'm just gonna call him that in my head. And I'm gonna ignore anyone who argues with me.
There are 2 enemies.
That's the last one. Okay.
I'm just gonna casually pretend that Yu Narukami doesn't exist. No. Both ZB and Zebi are canon. Yes. I can't name Tatsuya and Maya. But if I could, it would just be another
Just 2 more to
variation.
go.
I'd have to come up with a new one.
Nice, Akihiko.
If and when I get my hands on a means to play Persona 1, I'm gonna come up with another variant. I forgot to fix that! I forgot to look up something he actually says from Eternal Punishment. Don't change it. Okay. Oh my god. Oh,
There are 2
the timer's
enemies.
not working. The timer's not working. It's not. It's supposed to calm down. Shut. I need to increase the timers for that, else no one will want to talk about any of them. That caught me so off guard.
Got it. I'll ask the others for help.
Oh my god. It's supposed to have user cooldown of 5 minutes, but for some reason it just ignored that. Whew. There's also supposed to be a global cooldown, so people can't just piggyback procking it over and over again. Detroit becoming
Akihiko Senpai is on his way. I can do it. Here's our chance for an all-out. If you say so.
Do you think they'll stay down if I Magaru again?
Couldn't defeat
Yes.
it.
Way to hang in there.
Akihiko Senpai has arrived. Mitsuru Senpai is on her way.
They got stuck somewhere.
Very well. Leave the rest to me.
There we go.
That's the
Mitsuru
last one.
Senpai's arrived. All present.
He can be renamed an
Okay, everything's
instant.
going according to plan.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
You've improved.
You're all so powerful.
All right, good job.
Really struggle with these platforms in the middle of the floor. That is what they keep getting stuck on.
Watch out. There are 4 enemies.
You seem to have caught it off guard. You seem to have caught it off guard.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
You think they just haven't built the rails? This is an unfinished skate park. So if I say pseudo, it'll still trigger, and that's really funny. Ah, yes, I completely forgot about the other Tatsuya. Still don't know why they went for 2 characters with the same name. But you're right. You are 100% right that if you said pseudo's full name, it would proc the bot.
If you get into trouble, run.
I'm not gonna change it though, because then I'd have to add everyone's last name on top of their first name, because there's more than one Katsuya floating around as a character. Yep. It's not looking for anything in specific besides the name Tatsuya. And the bot doesn't trigger itself, so. I wish it did. Because there was one time where I wanted the really long command list that was basically like essentially the copy pasta of Junpei looking at his own card and all the different lines that he looks at before it stops.
There are 2 of them. Attack. Just one more.
But it didn't work. So
This
I
appears
deleted
to be
all the
just the
commands.
beginning.
But it essentially was the last I wanted it to proc. But then I realized any sentence that used one of those really common words would have procced a random line from it, and so it would have finished it would have started in an incomplete state, and it would just be weird. It would have been really funny though.
Three enemies. They all seem agitated.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
But I don't know of any Baofus or Ulalas in other video game or anime media. So really the only two that could potentially be
Be
procced
careful. I
when
sense
anyone
death.
is talking about, or the only 3. The only 3 that won't, yeah. That's what I thought. Please be a shadow over here somewhere. No! There's the new Lala in Space Channel 5. Hell yeah. Okay, so really it's only Baofu. I don't know of anything. Where there's another character named Baofu specifically. What are everyone's levels right now? 41. 44 is when I said, unless it's a strong shadow, they kind of just get less. So, I think what I'm gonna do is that once they are level 44, she was Sonic. Can you imagine? No. But she was in Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed. Interesting. Dang it, this is not what I wanted, but I'll take it. But yeah, when they're level 44, I'm going to bring Junpei and Koromaru as a group because I worry that Junpei will get himself killed if I just bring him by himself.
Nice.
Or I could just bring Junpei and start solo leveling everyone. Duo leveling, really. Yes! Well, I mean, technically. Because of Persona 4 Dancing All Night. She has that as a model in Future Tone
There are
as
3
well.
of them.
She has the Persona 4 dancing costume, and it's very cute.
Good luck, everyone.
That's the last one.
This appears to be just the beginning.
It's an X, but it's paid DLC. Weh. Yeah, I think you have to purchase it with your score points, but it is in the base game. In
3 enemies.
Future
They
Tone.
all seem agitated.
Which makes sense. If it was DLC in a
Last
previous
one.
game, it makes
Don't
sense
let
that it
your
would just be in
guard
the base game for the
Okay,
next
everything's
installment
going
of the
according to
Project
plan.
Diva games. I also knew that. Yeah, it's the Koromaru Walk song, its voice. I have no idea why, though. It's a cute song.
One more. Be careful.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
It may have been coming on to, well, it hasn't actually been a year ago since the dancing games, but I definitely already played those. And I definitely did that song, so I know. Literally other than Innocent Sin, Persona, and Shin Megami Tensei If.
3 dazed enemies. This is our chance.
I have played every Persona.
Amazing
Which is a
as
really
always.
scary thing to think about. Maybe not scary, perhaps more impressive, in a frightening way. The tonal shift from the text on screen in Persona 1 to voice. Ooh. Oh yeah, and it is also in 5, because they share DLC. Which I guess makes sense for people who may have only bought one instead of the other. Still odd
There
though.
are 3 of them. Strike first.
Like, oh yeah, the Persona 5 anime
Do it again.
songs. Yeah,
That was
Akechi
easy.
Willpower. You got Persona 3 Dancing in Moonlight.
There's one enemy, and it's rattled. Good luck, everyone! Here's our chance for an all-out attack! Let me at him!
Interesting. They don't have a unique credits song. Well, some that don't just don't play anything. Or they just play some other, like, ominous music. But Persona, I've realized, doesn't actually do that. Not really.
There are 2 enemies.
Really? No, they just don't. They either don't play credits at all, or
How
they
disgraceful.
play them in silence.
The enemy's down. Let's finish this.
Persona 1 plays the song Persona for the bad ending. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, I was interpreting it as there's like a creepy ambiance for the text, but then voice plays in the background, and I was like, that's an interesting choice. Yeah. You can also play the sad version of Maya's theme. And I don't know why it's specifically the sad version of Maya's
3
theme.
dazed enemies. This is our chance.
All right, good job.
Just one more.
The shadows are getting strong.
Like, genuinely. It's just as Maya's theme. And it's the sad version. There is another song in Persona 2's game files for Innocent Sin that's just called Maya's theme, and it's not this version, because the version that this is Maya's theme, parentheses, sad. Not exactly worded like that. But why is it the sad version? This is Maya theme. I want to hear this in Tartarus. Why does it have to be the sad version? Mods. I suppose, yes, that's one way to do it. Anyway, I like that song, but enough of that. I'm still playing a game. But yeah, why? It's the Eternal Punishment, which is titled Maya's theme as well, but that's the only version that plays. Eternal Punishment's
There are
Maya's
3
theme
enemies.
is
Be
Maya
careful.
theme sad,
Wow.
but
You're
in
all
Innocent
so
Sin,
powerful.
Maya's theme, or Maya theme, is that version, so it's weird. It's confusing.
Do it again. Keep it up. That was a close
That's one thing that I could
3
actually do
enemies.
in
They all
this.
seem agitated.
Something that we weren't able to do for Persona 4.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
Turn off the BGM, but not all of the game's sound. "100% going to do that in the Velvet Room. If there is any location where I am going to do that, it's gonna be in the Velvet Room."
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
The place where sound effects matters the least. But the silence outside of the music is weird. Okay, I'll make the sound effects quiet as well. Or when we're farming for the Reaper. Or during the climb to Theo.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook
You're
up.
just saying in dungeon it makes sense. It makes more
That's
sense.
the last
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
everything's
talking
going
and sound
according to
effects.
plan.
You're totally right.
There are 2 enemies.
Sick dodge.
That's
Man,
the
if
last
only
one.
someone would crit it, like
From
me.
here.
As long as it doesn't get me
Okay,
DMCA,
everything's
yes.
going according to plan.
It would be very difficult to... If there's anything that I've learned, the only songs... The only version, the only songs that I've gotten DMC, not DMCA, but like copyright, like claimed over, is Time from this game for some reason. Anytime it plays, even when it's obviously in the only instances where it does play, which is intended gameplay segments. And of course the person who's grabbing it isn't looking at my disputes, so
There
I've
are
honestly
3
given up on
enemies.
that
Be
endeavor.
careful. Good luck, everyone.
Here's our chance.
But I'm still battling, moving.
Rivers in the Desert, literally any version of it that plays in any Persona 5 game. You just mean for this game, right? Yeah, in this game, the only song that plays in the game that gets grabbed on
There are
YouTube
3
every single
enemies.
time without
Be
fail,
careful.
at some point,
You're all so
is Time.
powerful.
At some point, Time always gets grabbed somewhere. And in Persona 5, anytime Rivers in the Desert gets played, someone always ends up automatically grabbing it. But they're at least usually quick to remove the claims because I just go, hey, this is sung by Lynn, not this cover artist. And it's playing during intended gameplay.
There are 3 enemies. Be
They take
careful.
turns.
That's the last one.
They're all part of, like,
Wow,
Next
you're all
Tone
so
or whatever
powerful.
they use as their, copyright system. And they don't care. But they're quick to remove it when I point out, hey. And then... the only thing that gets grabbed is Persona 2... From Persona 2... Well, I complained about the public domain orchestral music that plays in the Velvet Room. Besides that, the only one that genuinely got grabbed, that was like actual in-game music that was original to the game, is the credits for Eternal Punishment.
They all seem agitated. Wow, you're all so powerful.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
No tangling.
They got someone on removal duties at all times. Yeah. The thing is, though, is the credits for Eternal Punishment didn't get muted. It was
3
when it
days
played
enemies.
while I
This
was
is our
talking about the
chance.
game on the title screen. So it was a bot that knew that it was playing not during the intended
Last
game
one. Don't let your guard
play
down.
segment. And I acquiesced that. I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. If you're gonna claim it, at least you claimed it when it was just playing randomly rather than when it was rolling the credits of the game where it was supposed to play. But it was still the gameplay. Well, it was a YouTube video that I had while I was on the title screen of the game.
There are 2 enemies.
Yeah. It
I'll
didn't
be
play
cheering
while
you
the
on
credits.
from
It
here.
didn't grab it for when it played during the credits. It played again while I was talking. Yeah. Like,
That's the last one.
that was actually really intelligent. The other instance of something being pretty cool is,
That was close. We need to do better.
Devil May Cry 5. Devil Trigger kept getting grabbed. But check this. When I went to move the recently published VOD on that YouTube channel into its respective playlist, they were all gone. The copyright. Somebody, without me disputing it, I did not file a dispute, went in, noticed their bot grabbed Devil Trigger, and removed the copy claims. I was like, shit, I've never seen that before. These videos are still
There are
private,
2 enemies.
by the by.
If you get into trouble, run! One more!
Okay, everything's going
Well,
according
that's
to
kind of
plan.
because they got an outside artist to make the music for that game. And a lot of people have covered it. But the group that had claimed it when I had first uploaded it, it was the official artist of the original song. With the thing of, they have allowed the use of this in free use, so even if it was like, oh yeah, it's been claimed, but we let you use it
There are 2 enemies.
if I was monetized.
Good luck, everyone!
I don't
Last
really know
one.
what the
Don't
difference
let your
is.
guard down.
It's not monetized, so it doesn't
Okay, everything's
imply
going
anything,
according to
even
plan.
one way or another. But I was like, oh shit, and then of course somebody went in and goes, oh, she's just playing the game, even though the video was privated. So I'm guessing if something gets copyright claimed, that information does go to the owner, so they can look at it even if it's not public yet. And they removed it. And I was like,
3
shit.
enemies.
Took them a few days, but they did it.
Nice!
That's
And I
the
didn't
last one.
I didn't even file a dispute. Because the thing is it wasn't the game edit version of the theme. It was the original full song that plays in Mission 1. When it's doing the opening credits. And the game edit version is a little different than just the song. So I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense. I may look into disputing it later since it's pretty far down the line. But no, they just went and did it. They just went and did it without any prompting. Somebody looked at it and went, that's not right. They're just playing the game. Which was neat. Kudos to you, whoever did that. You are cool. Sucks that it got claimed in the first place.
4 enemies.
But it was neat
Now's our chance.
One more.
that
You
they,
get into trouble. Here's our chance.
so they didn't I didn't have to dispute it in order for them to
Adam.
remove it. They just eventually looked and went, oh, that's not right. It's been 6 hours. No! You're so right. I can't believe it. I mean, I can, because there's a time next to every message that gets sent in chat that says 11:36 right now. Soonish. When the Reaper appeareth.
There are 2 enemies. Persona! Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
When the Reaper appeareth. And then I'll also... I'll go back to the entrance. I don't trust a quick save. But yeah, when the Reaper or Fuka says anything, because there is an access point on this loaded floor, and there are multiple spots in the floor where I can outmaneuver him when he shows up. It will not take long.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
Okay.
Everyone's what,
everything's
level
going
41,
according to
42?
plan.
I think Mitsuru is level 42, which means Yukari is as well. But she might not be. Oh, no, she's level 42. Okay, good. 43, 44 is when they stop getting full EXP, so... From everything but the strong shadows. And then next stream,
There are
I guess
3
I'll
of them.
just
Strike first.
single out
Here's our chance.
Junpei. And
Last one. Don't let your guard
try
down.
not to get him killed. Because I'm working on Samael. I'm not doing nearly as much damage because he's a magic persona. Hello, you.
There are 2 of them. Attack.
Go, Akihiko. Last
Nice.
one. Don't let your guard down.
Good luck, everyone.
I have no idea where the Minotaur and Jotun went. They have not shown up. I don't know why. I know they are around. We fought multiple, but I don't think I've seen one this stream, and that's weird. Where did they go? Yeah, it's just a thing I do. Make the game take longer, but I like doing it like
There are 3
this.
enemies. Be careful.
That's why it hurt my soul so much that I could not do it in Q2. A combination of there being just too many people, some people being absolutely useless regardless of their level,
Okay, everything's going according
and
to plan.
the fact that I fought tooth and nail just to make any modicum of progress without save states. But that was more Citra than the game itself.
Four enemies. They seem
I don't think
rattled.
I'll be quite as ambitious as I was for Fez,
Amazing,
but
Senpai!
for those of you who were here when I streamed Fez,
We did it.
Persona 3 Fez specifically, everyone was level 99, including Shinjiro.
4 enemies. They seem rattled.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
Wow, you're all so powerful.
You don't actually remember. I got everyone to the level cap because I was the level cap, and then I had the insane thought of what if I brought everyone to the level cap, and I decided to do that in September. Or I actually had started doing that before September, but I also included Shinjiro in it, which meant I went to Tartarus as often as I could on days when everyone was healthy, and got them all to level 99.
4 dazed enemies. Now's the time.
You
Why
seem to
do
have
I
caught it
do
off
the
guard.
things I do? No one knows.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
Battling, moving fast while
Not even me. I just thought, man, wouldn't it be funny if everyone was at the level cap? Ha. Look at all that SP that Shinjiro already doesn't use. Greed. I should have just many around.
Be careful. I sense death.
Can I sneak one more fight in before you come to kill me? Nyeh. Nyeh. No, stop running!
There are 2 enemies.
I don't have a lot of time!
Just one more.
Okay, everything's going according to plan.
I would love to come back to the entrance. What are we looking at in terms of levels? 42, 42, and 41. I would like to save. I am level 57, and it's almost been 60 hours of playtime. Hell yeah, let's fucking go.
What?
Say goodbye to YouTube, everyone. Wow. Because I'm stopping here. I started at 52 and it was 54 hours in. Oh no. Which means I'll get to level 99 in 101 hours. Monad will make it faster, but Monad doesn't show up until like January. Maybe December at earliest. I'm thinking it's January though. Yes. Goodbye, YouTube.